Morning. How's everybody doing? Turn the headphones on, need them right now. How is everybody doing? You sleep okay? You're doing okay? I didn't sleep so hot. I was like in and out of sleep the whole time. So little, not that awake. Successfully avoided spoilers yet again. I did too. I almost got caught by spoilers. Someone was talking about them on Twitter. Um, but I didn't see any actual spoilers. It was just a picture of Sumi, and I was just like, "What the fuck?" So I'm like, "Wait, does that mean my theory about Sumi coming back is correct?" And that's the only thing I saw. It wasn't even like a picture of Sumi in manga. It was a picture of Sumi from the season 1 of the anime. So like I have no idea what that was. I just know they were talking about the spoilers for the girlfriend, and I just scrolled past it really fast. And that's the only thing I saw. Like I don't know. I don't even have any context. Like maybe Sumi's not coming back. Maybe they're just using a reaction image. I literally don't fucking know. I just know that's all I saw. I'm just being honest with you, fellas. Like we're trying to go into this blind, so like that's the only thing. Like I don't really have any context for what's gonna happen, what they're gonna talk about. Sumi coming back could be interesting. Like if she does come back. By the way, if she does come back, I'm like, wait. So my theory about mommy seeing Kazuya with Sumi was correct, but I didn't realize how correct it was. That'd be really fucking funny. That'd be really fucking funny if that's the case. I'd be like, oh, okay. I didn't realize how right I was. That's if she even comes back. That's if she even comes back. I literally don't even know. I saw something completely out of context. It wasn't even from the fucking. It wasn't even like any visuals from the manga. I didn't even say anything in the post about what the spoilers are. Like I just caught a glimpse of something, and I scrolled past it. Um, yeah, that's roughly it. Let me make sure Twitch is running. Yep. Okay. There's the Twitch chat. I can see it. Well, chat's a little quiet today. Reiji already cooked with fire this year. Okay. I don't know if you've read the spoilers. I'm really curious what's gonna happen in this chapter. I have no clue. I have no idea. Again, we have all the pieces to figure it out. We just don't know how. Um, I do not know what to expect. I do not know what is coming. All I know is that we don't know things. All I know is that we do not know things, and I think that is by design. If so, could where I lack also not spoiled. It's so cold where I live, also not spoiled. Yeah. I'm a little chilly, but it's okay. I don't feel like so cold. Like it's just like I'm in my shorts and I'm wearing short sleeves, so like I'm okay. Usually, I like if it was so cold, I would need like a fucking jacket in the house, but I'm okay. I've learned to put my guard up every Monday and Tuesday on Twitter. I really kind of don't. I kind of just said, you know what, fuck it. How do you resist the temptation of spoilers? I just don't do it. I at one point I did read spoilers just like you guys. And then I just realized it was ruining the experience for me. It was ruining the fucking experience for me. And I'm just like, I'm not doing this anymore. I don't care how tempted I am. I refuse to. And then I added some stuff to it, like, okay, this isn't Reiji's intended way of doing it. I'm not supposed to see this. He gives us spoilers sometimes. So I see what he shows me. I'm just like, okay, the spoilers are a bastardization of what this author is trying to do, and I really love this manga, so I refuse to let people bastardize it for me. That's kind of how I'm trying to look at it, you know? I give myself reasons not to do it. Okay, 7 o'clock. Let's, Okay. The Boyfriend and the Boyfriend Part 2. Okay, and remember the text is he and him as well. It's another way of looking at it. Okay. Skip to the restaurant. Thanks for making time to talk. What would you like to drink? Oh, coffee. Coming right up. 2 coffees. Whoa. Interesting. We'll talk about this later. I have an idea of what that is. We'll talk about this later. Sorry, just one quick message. Here we go. In person, seriously, what does he want to talk about? He went out of his way to make time to come here. I'm alone with this absolute stud. What could he want with me? He said it had to do with Mizuhara. If that's the case, then is he here to gloat or something? Maybe he's already settled things with Mizuhara. I'll let him know. You can go take a shower. Wow. And he's here to say the final goodbye in her place. No. We made it. We made our date for the 11th after the call. There's no way that can be true. You're gonna send your head flying. Yeah. I mean, literally, he's saying the same stuff as last chapter. Kazuya is so caught up in this nonsense. He's not seeing reality. And this is intentional. It's supposed to be repetitive to drive you fucking insane because it's meant to feel like a loop because it's a spiral. It's meant to feel like a loop when in reality it's a spiral. It's meant to drive you insane. If you're saying why the fuck are we saying the same thing, it's meant to drive you insane, okay? Here's your coffee. Thank you very much. Still, in person, he's really just a cool young dude. He made that retweet for me too during the crowdfunding. He's super good looking and he doesn't come off like a snob. Overall, he just seems like a nice guy. He has a great frame. Huh. When you slow down. No wonder he's so popular. He's good at singing too. Okay. So this seems to be related to the title. Damn it. Could all the guys who are attractive inside and out do me a favor and just disappear? My self-esteem is dropping fast. Oh, Kazuya. And Naomi's just like, what? But I know that he confessed his feelings for her. There's no doubt that he's my rival. That's another story, though. The tiger in his heart. Hey, we're literally nodding back to the tiger's den. Remember, Kazuya goes to the tiger's den. Suddenly, Kazuya, the tiger in his heart. I won't let my guard down. How have things been between you and Chizuru-chan? Here it is, the main topic. That was fast. What do you mean? Well, like with your relationship. How exactly should I explain it to him? This is hard to sum up in just a few words. You see, Chizuru-chan came to play soccer with me the other day for a sponsor. A sponsor? We had a chance to talk for a bit then. Really? I've never even done that before. Oh, soccer, huh? We talked a little about you. She talked about me, Mizuhara. She said that you two got closer, but even after asking, she wouldn't tell me all the details. Closer? Mizuhara said that. She said that she's not dating you, so I'm left wondering in what way she got closer. Did you kiss her? It's you're peeking through the eyes. Or the bangs, sorry. Now I get it. He talked with her about this, but she wouldn't give him a clear answer, so now he's here fishing for details. He really is here as my rival. I guess. Huh, really? You two kissed? Wow, I see. That definitely counts as getting closer. I hope she doesn't get mad at me for this. That's the truth after all. I don't know if he should have shared that. Because Chizuru didn't share that. Kazuya's so the big thing. Okay. I'm sorry to stop. I'm gonna make this really quick. The big thing is that Kazuya has essentially told everybody and their fucking mother that this happened, whereas Chizuru hasn't. And you gotta know why Chizuru isn't telling people, and if you should tell people, and what's going on. Still, you kissed and you're not dating. Sounds very strange. I agree. But now I understand you kissed. It's kind of hard to imagine her kissing anyone. Does that mean she's never done that with Umi-kun? At the very least. I mean, no shit, Kazuya. I mean, Chizuru-chan is a very strange girl, don't you think? Huh? Strange. Most girls go, oh my god, you're seeing the other side of his eye. Most other girls go out with me when I ask, after meeting up 2 or 3 times. Things naturally go in a more romantic direction quite often. Huh? Now that I think about it, after exchanging contact info, they'd usually ask me out. All the girls. Huh? What? Whenever I called them cute, they seemed pretty taken with it. We'd go to a private bar and get drunk in no time. Huh? What? What is this guy on about? The girls would ask him out. They get romantic after going out just 2 or 3 times. I know what's going on here. Basically, he's too popular for his own good. He's too popular for his own good. That's so good. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh my god, was my theory fucking right? Never in my life has that happened to me. He was born with it. He's like a rich person who's lost their sense of money, making him lose his grip on reality. They usually say that they love me, the girls. She's so strange. He doesn't look down on women or despise unpopular men. He's just a guy who had so much life. He's just a guy who had so much in life that he can't tell the good from the bad anymore. What kind of world is he living in? Constantly. I don't feel like I can relate to him on even a single thing. What complete opposites. I get it now. I guess I should get going. Huh? Sorry, I have a shoot for a drama lined up after this in Setagaya. Oh. Why did he choose to come here in the middle of that? Huh? What? Wait. What was that? Was that it? Let me handle the bill, since I'm the one who asked you here to talk. Thanks. Fee for renting Kazuya. 1 drink for 320. Okay, I'm going off to the station. Yeah. Was that seriously it? What was he wanting to hear? He came all the way to Nirima for that. So I don't understand what his goal was. I can tell he's not the type to treat me like an enemy, but I have no doubt that he likes Mizuhara. None of this changes the fact that he's a serious threat. I wonder what happened with that. He never talked about it, which probably means she hasn't rejected him. If that's the case, maybe she hasn't made up her mind or anything on anything. I'm so uneasy every time I meet Umi-kun. It feels like we live in completely different worlds. The neighborhood seems nice to live in. I could see myself moving here. It's like she's still weighing her options. To be honest, she rejected me the other day. Huh? She said that she might be in love right now, and that she wants to face that person with all her heart. She's such a strange girl. From head to toe, she's perfect. Like, there's not a single crack to be found. She avoided specific details, so I thought maybe I still had a chance. But after talking with you today, I think it's time I give up. I'm rooting for you, Kazuya-kun. Show me how it looks for Chizuru-chan to be in love. See ya. Oh my god. Oh my god. I didn't realize how right I was. Oh my god. I didn't realize how right I was. What the fuck? I didn't realize how right I was. I didn't realize how fucking right I was. Hey bitches, you wanna fucking keep doubting me? Hey motherfuckers, you wanna keep fucking doubting me? You wanna keep fucking doubting me, motherfuckers? You wanna keep fucking doubting me, motherfuckers? I'm like out here fucking spelling shit out for you guys, and everybody's goddamn doubting me. Everybody. Okay. So Sumi's coming back. Banner, repaying kindness. Kazuya is in shadows. Umi is not in shadows. Umi looks directly at Kazuya and smiles. He's not in shadows. Okay. So Umi tells Kazuya everything. Johan, you keep having spot on predictions. I'm telling you, motherfuckers, you should goddamn listen to me. I'm telling you, motherfuckers, you should goddamn listen to me. I'm not trying to even be conceited here. I'm just like, I'm actually fucking digging into the text. I'm not even trying to be conceited here. I'm literally just digging into the text. Wow, so much happened. So much happened in this chapter. Holy shit. Holy shit, so much happened in this chapter. Wow, what the okay, so first off, I had the prediction. So prediction one that I got right like immediately. This is about Chizuru's feelings. Umi doesn't understand them. I was literally fucking right about this. This was theory one. Theory one, this was about Umi's feelings. He did not, this was about Chizuru's feelings. Umi did not understand them. We didn't understand how he didn't understand them. Okay. Part two. Umi was judging Chizuru's feelings, right? Because he was essentially weighing her love because it didn't make sense to him, right? In comparison to other people, it didn't make sense to him. Two, he wasn't necessarily judging Kazuya. He was just trying. This was not about Kazuya, right? This was not about Kazuya. This was another theory I had. This is not about Kazuya. This is about just trying to understand Chizuru. It all comes back to Chizuru, okay? Part three, I said that there's a part where Mami calls Kazuya pretty popular, and she says this after she sees Kazuya with Sumi. She says this after she sees Kazuya with Sumi. Okay. And guess what? Sumi comes back. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? And then finally, I said the talk that Kazuya and Umi would have would not be what we think it is. And I was fucking right. When Umi said the girls asked him out after 3 days, so isn't that the rule Kazuya's friend meant? No. It was after hanging out 3 times. No. After 3 dates, it got romantic. I think that's what he said. Let me double check it. Okay. Most girls go out with me when I ask after meeting up 2 or 3 times. So meet up 2 to 3 times, they go out with me when I ask. That's not what happened. What Curry was talking about, what Curry, Kazuya's friend, was talking about, is that by the 3rd date, things should get hot and spicy. That's not what he said. He said after hanging out 2 to 3 times. After meeting up 2 to 3 times, they naturally get more. Oh, never mind. You're right. I'm sorry. You're correct. After meeting up 2 to 3 times, things naturally get more romantic direction quite often. Okay. Fair enough. What a great fucking chapter. Sorry, Bacon, for the language, but this chapter was fucking big. I'm not complaining about cursing. I don't really care that much. I don't really care that much about cursing. Yeah, this chapter was absolutely subversive. So one thing Reishi does is that he completely skips the cliffhanger. He completely and utterly skips the cliffhanger. Reishi introduces this cliffhanger to you, completely skips it. In reality, do you know what that cliffhanger was actually about? That cliffhanger, which might come back later, mind you. There's a chance the cliffhanger might come back later, mind you. That cliffhanger in reality was about Umi himself. This connects more to Umi himself and Umi as a character. Because he literally just explains to you how girls get all like into him and stuff. Right? So again, what did Umi do here? And Umi did the thing that we've said he's been doing since the beginning of the series. He pushed Kazuya and Chizuru closer. Which he did. He literally did. He literally got them fucking closer. Like, bro, he literally did the thing. First time Umi does it, Kazuya calls Chizuru. Second time Umi does it, Kazuya now knows how Chizuru feels. Like, literally, it comes full circle. Do you think Umi is being real about giving up? That seemed genuine. All of this seemed genuine. You're constantly peeking behind his bangs. The final shot, when he smiles, again, you peek behind his bangs. You're seeing the truth. You are absolutely seeing the truth. You're peeking behind the bangs. He's being real. Here's the only shot where Umi looks a little off here. This is the only shot where Umi looks a little off here. That's it. Just this shot where he says, see you. Where you're kind of thrown off a little bit. Umi's a good person. Well, yeah, he's a little too caught up for his own good. But he's not necessarily a bad person. He hasn't really shown himself to be a bad person, except for that one time in the date. What is it? In the movie arc. Except for that one time in the movie arc. That one time in the movie arc was sus as fuck. Now, there is some mystery still around Umi. Please understand. There is some mystery still around Umi. In particular, if he knew Chizuru liked Kazuya, why was he doing all of this? It doesn't add up. I think in some ways, there is still some mystery around Umi. In particular, why? Reiji has been leveraging this element of context. My last stream, I really recommend you go watch my last stream. We might get into some of it here. Last stream, its theme is lack of context. Here, your interpretation of context is that okay, Umi admits he got rejected. Again, what this chapter does is leverage what you've been presented before, but also kind of subverts it a little bit. So you're kind of left in like this weird limbo where you feel like you understand stuff and you feel like you don't. Reiji also did another subversive thing here that people probably don't realize. If you remember, when Kazuya was living with Chizuru, two particular things happen. First, Sumi visits Chizuru on her birthday to give her a gift. Weird, huh? Then Umi shows up, not for Chizuru's birthday, but to pay respect to Chizuru's grandparents, their altar. Okay? And you think he's doing something sussy. You think he's doing something sussy, and then he confesses to Chizuru after, and then he just leaves. Okay? This happens in reverse. Umi shows up first, does something suspicious, it looks suspicious, and then it's inverted, right? This chapter fundamentally plays on Umi's first visit when he went to Chizuru's home, and it subverts it. Then, as a flip of that, yet again, Sumi shows up. Because these characters are interacting with Kazuya, it plays out in reverse. Right? So now Sumi's going to show up, and again, what is Sumi showing up for? Kazuya's birthday. The same exact thing. Now, this is where something interesting happens. Last time Sumi showed up for Kazuya's birthday, what happened? It was the thing that jump-started the movie arc. Last time Sumi interacted with Kazuya, it was the thing that jump-started the movie arc, in particular on his birthday. Now, but that's the other thing too. Last time Sumi rented him. Sumi, Umi, even the names are similar. Well, no, Sumi means, the names are similar, you're right. Sumi means ink. Umi means sea. So they're similar, but not quite the same. In particular, the idea is that Chizuru opens up to Sumi and like tells her a lot of stuff. And with Umi, she also tells him certain things, but she doesn't open up to him in the same way that she opens up to Sumi. So, Sumi returning is really interesting because, one, Sumi is usually kind of the character that helps characters, in particular Kazuya, when he's going through emotional turmoil. So it'd be really interesting to see how Sumi reacts around Kazuya. Two, is Sumi going to use rental? Or is Sumi just going to meet him as a friend? Because we see Sumi meet Chizuru as just a friend. What is Sumi going to do? Is she going to meet Kazuya as just a friend? How's she going to contact him? She doesn't have his info. Right? So maybe she'll contact him through Chizuru. That would be interesting. But I could see Sumi maybe trying to contact Kazuya through Chizuru. Next time, worthy man, we're finally getting to this. Okay, we're finally getting to this issue. All right, we are starting to finally get to this stupid fucking issue of being worthy. All right, we are getting to this issue of being worthy. Okay, it's about fucking time. And guess what? We've kind of been presented these characters in the order Minnie almost presented, or maybe not accurately, no. So we see the order Minnie shows when she's talking is that Sumi's first, then Mommy, then Ruka. We saw Mommy, Ruka, now Sumi. So the order is all flipped. The order that we were presented by Minnie is all flipped. But Sumi naturally did come back. It's suitable, man. I think a worthy man makes more sense, but let me go to the Japanese and have my friend Crumpy do some translations. Yeah, a lot of pieces are starting to connect, but you're still missing little pieces of context. Understandably so. I bet that Kazuya still has trust issues with Chizuru. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Umi is the source of Kazuya's distrust of Chizuru, and that is going to start showing soon. For sure. And of course, Sumi coming back is perfectly in line with this theme of time traveling, or in particular time leaping, because Sumi is a character that literally time leaps. So Sumi coming back is going to also have a connection to Chizuru. There is going to be a deeper connection to Chizuru than we realize. I'm betting like that's the only way Sumi's going to be able to contact Kazuya is she's going to need to talk to Chizuru because she doesn't have Kazuya's contact info. From what I remember. She does not have Kazuya's contact info. And again, just like I said before, Umi, when put in the same exact position as Mommy, doesn't do any of this. Right? Umi, when put in the same exact position as Mommy, doesn't do any of this because Umi is not Mommy. And again, interestingly, Umi is compared to Mommy because Kazuya literally calls him a rich person. Kazuya straight up literally calls Umi a fucking rich person, just like Mommy. Umi is literally being put in Mommy's positions and not doing any of the stuff that she does. Right? He's literally being put in the same position as her and doesn't do any of the stuff that she does. Because he is not fucking Mommy. Mommy doesn't have a life. Umi does have a life. Right? Umi does similar things as Mommy, but he's not Mommy. This cover's really interesting. It's also alluding back to season 3's cover that Reiji did. I'll have to find it at some point. Yeah, there's a lot of little pieces. The cover art says, it doesn't have to be the sea as long as I have you. I don't care for the ocean as long as it's you. I'll need a little bit to like figure out what the cover is trying to say. But hey. I'm on a roll. I still think there's a bit of mystery around Umi. You know? Just a tad. I think there are things we still do not know. Umi is the best, and Sumi-chan is adorable. I'm absolutely chuffed. Yeah, seems like Japanese fans are pretty happy with what they're getting. Sumi-chan will do anything you ask. She won't be a barrier to love. I think Sumi coming back is really important because Sumi in many ways is kind of doing something akin to Kazuya, which is repressing her feelings. Sumi is absolutely repressing her fucking feelings for Kazuya. She's not being honest about how she feels about this person. And here she is still interacting with him, and she barely fucking talks to him, you know? Like the whole, remember, This is only a month away. This is only like 2 months away from Chizuru. Chizuru's birthday was on April 19th. And this is like June. This is a little bit after June 1st. That's when Sumi's doing this. Also, Sumi is doing something really interesting here. Sumi is giving Kazuya a gift when you have not seen Chizuru give Kazuya a gift. So naturally, you're gonna start a lot. What Sumi's gonna start doing. Sumi's introduction is doing something very fucking intentional. Isn't Sumi a better pick? Isn't Sumi a better pick? Oh, shouldn't he just go with Sumi? What's wrong with you, Kazuya? And don't. So many people love to say this. Oh, so many people love to say this. She should go with Sumi. She's a better pick. And isn't it interesting that Sumi is introduced right when Umi is introduced? Or right when Umi has his resolution. Umi, the character people, and Kazuya even himself loves saying, he's a better pick. He's so perfect. Go with him. Isn't that interesting? And then Sumi suddenly comes back. And everybody loves saying, Sumi is the better pick. She's so innocent. She's so perfect. Do you see, are you starting to see the layers? Are you starting to see what he's leaving for you? The little tiny pieces you're not putting together. Sumi is the biggest catalyst for Kazuya throughout the entire series. Almost every time he had his doubts, felt insecure, been feeling down, except Hawaiian. She's the one who has more helped. I actually disagree. Sumi is not the catalyst. Sumi is not the catalyst. All Sumi has done in the story, and I'm sorry to tell you, Sumi is not the catalyst. All Sumi has been is a place to vent. Sumi did not give Kazuya a single solution except for two things. One, Sumi gave Kazuya the solution for the Odaiba date, because she went on an outing with him, and Kazuya remembered that. He's like, oh, this is a good idea. I should do this. And in the cheer up date, she just told him, you're not making a mistake. This is the right direction. That's essentially all Sumi has done. Sumi has acted as a vault. Kazuya opens up to her about certain things. She listens. He understands, but Kazuya finds his own solutions. This is not what you think it is, unfortunately. And you're going to disagree with me because you already have your own viewpoint that Sumi is the one who's helped Kazuya the most and is most down. Chizuru is the one who's helped Kazuya when he was the most down. At his absolute fucking lowest, Chizuru is the one who got him out of it. The problem with Sumi, in my opinion, is that Sumi only sees the best of Kazuya. Sumi's issue is that she only sees the best of Kazuya. She has not seen his lowest. Out of every character in the story, the only one who's truly seen Kazuya at his lowest and accepted that is Chizuru. Nobody else. Mami has not seen Kazuya at his lowest. Ruka has not seen Kazuya at his lowest. Even Minnie has caught glimpses. Minnie caught glimpses of Kazuya, but she has this issue of idolizing Kazuya, so she doesn't even see him when he's at his lowest, you know. But Sumi, the unfortunate truth is that Sumi is essentially only seeing the best of Kazuya. And this is again connected to Umi. What does Umi see? What are Umi's exact words when he's describing Chizuru? What are Umi's exact words when he describes Chizuru? Okay. She's such a strange girl. From head to toe, she's perfect. Like there's not a single crack to be found. She avoided specific details, so I thought maybe I still had a chance. But after talking with you today, I think it's time I give up. Isn't that interesting? Right? Isn't that interesting? The way Chizuru appears to Umi is perfect. And the way Kazuya appears to Sumi is perfect. The way Kazuya appears to Sumi is perfect. right? The difference between Sumi and Chizuru is that Sumi initially judges Kazuya. She thinks he looks gaudy and stuff, and she's wrong about her judgment. The problem is all Sumi sees is the best of Kazuya's character. She doesn't see his weaknesses. And I don't know if Sumi can truly handle that. Even when she's seen the doubts and insecurities, these are like normal stuff. And what I mean by that is that she's seeing like doubts and insecurities that you can relate to and understand. Not stuff that's messy and gross and uncomfortable. Not like, he's horny, he has desires, he feels like these uncomfortable emotions you really got to grapple with. What Sumi represents in the story is essentially this element of purity. And that's a big thing for her character, is that Sumi has this element of purity, but she doesn't really explore the messiness. Umi as a character is really interesting in how he's being utilized here. He's presented as messy, he's presented as uncomfortable, he's presented as weird, and yet he does the antithesis of what Ruka does. He does the fundamental antithesis of what Ruka does. Nothing about this is messy. Everything about how Umi was just handled was not messy at all. Right? Umi, the character, you have fundamentally associated with messiness. Umi, the character, that you have fundamentally associated with messiness, things just being weird and awkward and all over the place, and you think he's stirring some shit up, isn't that at all. It isn't that at all. In contrast, the character Sumi, who you associate with like innocence, purity, and the most comfortable things in the universe, is actually turning away from the messiness. And I think Sumi's reintroduction might ironically be inverted. Just as Umi's introduction is inverted and doesn't introduce drama, but rather seemingly presents itself as a resolution to drama, Sumi's introduction, it might end up being the drama that we were expecting. Sumi's introduction might actually end up being the drama that we expected. Because guess what? Umi didn't even resolve the whole Ruka conflict, right? Umi didn't even resolve the whole Ruka conflict. But Ruka's thing is but what Umi did is that he showed us Ruka's thing is in the open. That's how Umi was utilized in this chapters. That's what Reishi did with Umi in this chapter. He showed us how Umi's introduction was essentially leaving things in the open, but Umi isn't gonna judge. Umi isn't gonna assume, because Umi is not what we think he is. But Ruka's things are wide in the open. What's happening with Ruka is plain in the open, plain to see, and it's stuff you can't like. It's starting to become very noticeable. And because it's so noticeable, it's dangerous. So in contrast, Sumi's introduction is going to be really interesting because I believe it's going to start getting into the uncomfortable drama. Because usually Sumi is digging into the uncomfortable details. And Sumi as a character, because she's so pure and innocent, is going to actually have to start dealing with these uncomfortable topics that she's seemingly avoiding. So I think Sumi getting reintroduced into the story is Sumi perfectly relating to the hero's journey that I've been explaining for a while. I think Sumi is gonna start grappling with things that she has not grappled with before. Uncomfortable topics she's turned away from. And a repeating motif that you'll see with Sumi is her eyes are regularly closed. Her eyes are regularly closed. And again, you see Umi's eyes closed here. All right, he says, "I'm rooting for you, Kazuya-kun. Show me how it looks for Chizuru-chan to be in love." The reason, show me how it looks. His eyes are closed. He can't see it. He doesn't know what Chizuru-chan being in love looks like. So he wants to see that. So his eyes are closed. He's never seen Chizuru in love. He doesn't know what that is. So his eyes are closed. He cannot see. In contrast, right, Kazuya's eyes are like wide open now. and he's shivering. But see, this is the thing. There's some omission of detail happening here. In particular about Kazuya. What do I mean? Did we forget Ruka sexually assaulted him and he feels incredibly guilty about Chizuru? Yeah, did we forget that? Ooh, did we forget about all that? Oh, and wait, Sumi's getting reintroduced, and Kazuya tends to open up to Sumi about this stuff. How is Sumi gonna handle this? Do you think Sumi is like equipped to deal with this? Do you think Sumi is equipped to deal with this? Just saying. Do you think she is? I don't know. I don't know if Sumi's fucking equipped to deal with this. How would Sumi react to any of this? See, so this chapter, what it does is it leverages new information and the happiness that we feel to disguise the things that it's been showing us this whole time. You have this moment of elation. You have this moment of resolution. You're excited. You're happy. Something good just happened. You feel like a sense of euphoria. You're like, okay, I'm feeling good. Like we just got through like a tough moment. This is a very like uplifting chapter. Literally the cover page of the chapter is Chizuru like stretching out her arms, like almost saying, "Come over here, give me a hug." Like that's literally the vibe you get from this. This is Chizuru like stretching out her arms, "Come over here, give me a hug." Like while she's standing in the water, it's very happy. It's drawing you in. But I think the interesting thing about the cover is that Chizuru is somewhat shadowed. Chizuru's eyes are closed and she's somewhat shadowed and she's far away. Chizuru is far away in this cover. She's not close. She's pretty far away. She's saying come over here, but she's far. And I think what this chapter, what this highlights is that Umi is essentially a boyfriend in some sense to other girls. He's not the boyfriend. So he's a boyfriend to someone else. While at the same time, he's just him. Context is still leveraged here. And so Chizuru being so far away in some ways reflects how Umi doesn't understand her, but also how Chizuru is far away from Kazuya. Now, Chizuru also wears white here, which is a nod to the Venus element. Chizuru also wears white here, which is absolutely a nod to the Venus element. Because Chizuru is Venus, and in this particular case, where is Venus? Where's the most famous painting of Venus? Where's the most famous painting of Venus? The water. Come on. She's born from the sea. She's born from the sea. Venus is born from the sea. What are the odds that you get this after you see first Venus? It's not coincidental. It's absolutely fucking planned. Okay? So there is some hidden details here. Now, this being the first... So okay, last chapter was the end of a volume. I love how the end of the volume sets up this thing that you're concerned about, and you're like, oh no, this is going to happen. You start this volume, and it completely subverts your expectations. Completely and utterly subverts your fucking expectations. Okay? So, this is the first chapter of the volume that comes after the volume that 408 is in. And it's completely like none of the stuff you thought would be in it is in it. Ruka doesn't follow them, which is a perfect subversion to the earlier scenes. Ruka does not follow them. But what if Ruka finds out about Sumi? Oh. Suddenly, that's a little interesting. Oh. So true, like a painting. Yes, like it's literally like the painting. It's the painting, The Birth of Venus. Here, one second. I gotta blow my nose. Sorry, fellas. One momente, presidente. Ooh. Uplifting chapter makes you forget all the worries for a second or two. Then you suddenly remember all the obstacles that are still there. Exactly. Exactly. Literally, exactly. Straight up. I think I'm going to figure more. So I don't feel like I fully understand this cover. I feel like I'm going to figure out more about it as we go. Because I didn't understand the cover for Oh, I know. Okay. I think I figured it out. Chizuru is reaching out to someone here, and Chizuru is in shadows. Who's she reaching out to? You're looking from this person's POV, and you see the water, you see the sea, and you're like, oh no, what if she's reaching out to Umi? And then the meaning of the cover flips, and it's like, it's Kazuya. That's who she's reaching out for. And Chizuru is standing in the sea as if to communicate. This is literally communicating that Umi was rejected and Chizuru wants Kazuya. This is what this is communicating. This is you imagining a romanticized love. This is what this cover is. This cover is a romanticized love. That's what this is. This is a cover of Kazuya's vision of the love, right? She's reaching out to Kazuya. You're interpreting who's the boyfriend, who's him, who's the guy, who's he. And this is essentially explaining that to you, but just from a visual spectrum, which is why apparently, according to someone in chat, it reads, I don't need the sea, I just want you. So there you go. I wonder if the water in the play would be metaphorical after reaching Oshinoko Season 2. I know Japanese theaters are quite sophisticated, lol. The water in storytelling is often symbolic. It's how it's used that's communicated. In this case, Chizuru is standing in the sea, but she doesn't care for it. She wants the person with her to join her in the water. So in this case, the water is communicating a sense of purity and innocence, because look at what Chizuru is wearing. She's wearing purely white. Chizuru is wearing purely white. It is purity and innocence. And that is fundamental. Isn't that a river? It is a river. It is a river. Because guess what Chizuru's name is? Good catch, thank you. Chizuru's last name is Ichinose, which literally means a single current. A single current in a river. Chizuru is standing in her namesake. Okay? And she wants Kazuya to join her. Right? So it's communicating Chizuru's feelings, and it's communicating the innocence of Chizuru's feelings. This is the truth of Chizuru's feelings, okay? But a part of her is shadowed due to the thing that she's wearing on her head, due to the hat that she's wearing on her head. So you're essentially seeing a part of Chizuru's feelings. You're essentially seeing a part of Chizuru's feelings. You're seeing how innocent Chizuru's feelings are, but that there's something also slightly hidden about them. This cover is brilliant. It's essentially an encapsulation of Chizuru's emotions. That's what this cover is. This cover is communicating. I think I understand the meaning now. This cover is communicating Chizuru's feelings. This is the encapsulation of Chizuru's feelings. How innocent and complicated they are. How she doesn't just pick anybody. This entire cover is Chizuru. And unlike Venus, she's not being born from the ocean, she's being born from a river. Unlike Venus, she's not born from the ocean, she's born from a river. It is the purity and innocence of Chizuru's feelings. It is how honest they truly are. It is how different it is from everyone else. And what is this? It's literally what Umi described. Chizuru-chan in love. You're seeing Chizuru in love. Chizuru very much looks in love here. So this is what this cover is. This cover is Chizuru in love. Okay. I find it funny. Umi basically implies Chizuru won't go out on a date with him to a guy who basically went to a date with her the first moment they met. Yeah, kinda. She's like, hey, bro, she keeps rejecting me. I don't fucking get it, man. And she keeps rejecting me, man. I don't fucking get it. Just know not everything has been fully resolved. Just a piece of the puzzle has been resolved. Okay. Let's see. What are people saying? The story was really unpleasant that Umi wasn't looking down on women or anything, or so Kazuya said, but he probably does look down on them without realizing it. I don't agree. I don't think Umi looks down on women. You're not the sort of character who ends here. Umi, you're not the sort of character who ends here. Yeah, I don't think... I'm gonna be real. I don't think Umi's character is quite over yet. I don't think so. I think this is a false resolution. I don't think Umi's character is over yet. Now, and the reason I say this is because Kazuya has a fundamental trust issue with Chizuru, and it stems from Umi. Kazuya doesn't trust Chizuru. Okay? And Umi is that source. Okay, Umi is that source. So, I can see Umi's character still being quite relevant. Just not in how we expect. We see Umi in shadows when he says see ya. Yeah, as if he's going to return. So, seems like he's going to come back. Johan, do you still trust Umi after the chapter that Umi's a good guy or bad? I never thought Umi was a bad guy. Not really. I don't think Umi's necessarily a bad person, but he does shitty things, He does shitty things. I don't think he's a bad person. I don't outright trust Umi because I don't know him. But I don't think he's as dangerous as people love to make him out to be. I don't think he's as dangerous as people love to make him out to be. He's not that kind of character. So I just don't get it. I think people are too afraid of Umi. It's kind of funny. They criticize Kazuya for being insecure about Umi, and then they're insecure about Umi. And I'm just like, what the fuck, guys? What the fuck? It's very clear Reiji is trying to tie the loose ends with the girls by airing out their laundry to Kazuya. I can't tell you why, but I just feel like Kazuya is going to hang out with Sumi. He's going to be so nice to her that she's going to subdue her feelings anymore and accidentally confess to Kazuya and accidentally kiss him too, and Mimi catches it. Also, what if Sumi reveals Chizuru's quit rental months ago or fairly recently? No, that doesn't make sense. It's not that Reiji's airing out the laundry. That's not how I interpret it. That's not really how I interpret it. To me, it's more so the illusion that he's airing out the laundry. These are just things you've already known. So, for instance, with Ruka's character, you already fucking knew Ruka did this shit. This was nothing new. Ruka's character is not meant to air out the laundry. Ruka is a fundamental parallel to Kazuya. But Ruka is trapped between Kazuya and Chizuru. Ruka wants change, but she's afraid to get the change, as a direct mirror to Kazuya himself. Okay? But like Chizuru, she feels the almost identical desire as her. The difference between Kazuya and Ruka is that this is where Ruka leans more towards the Chizuru. Ruka doesn't really want to suppress her desires anymore, whereas Kazuya does. In contrast, Chizuru is feeling these desires, but she doesn't understand them, and she just needs to know, if she understood what they were, she would let them out. Kazuya knows what his desires are, and he's too afraid to let them out. He's the opposite of Ruka in that regard. So Ruka isn't airing out any laundry. In contrast, Sumi as a character, what she does is act as Sumi is about Kazuya's repressed feelings. Okay? So Ruka doesn't want to repress her feelings anymore. And Sumi isn't just about repressing feelings. Sumi's lying to herself. Which is literally what Kazuya is doing. Sumi, as I've said before, Sumi is a character who essentially, in some ways, uses and lets her personality be an excuse to not do what she wants to do. And that is essentially Kazuya at the moment. He's letting these parts of himself that he's insecure about be an excuse to not do what he wants to do, what he needs to do. Case in point, when Umi calls Kazuya, Kazuya finally does what he needs to do, which is fucking call Chizuru. Dude, you need to fucking talk to her. Stop running the fuck away. You gotta call her and talk. So all of that fundamentally has ties to certain other characters. Ruka is Kazuya's repressed desires. Sumi also has repressed desires. While at the same time, Sumi in particular is the part of Kazuya that's using certain things as excuses to not do what he wants to do. Ruka doesn't really represent that. Ruka doesn't really represent that for Kazuya. I don't think Ruka's ever represented that for Kazuya. So Sumi is a better reflection of that. And that's why Sumi is the one who hears Chizuru's feelings. What did Umi hear about Chizuru? That she loves Kazuya, that she might be able to fall in love at this point, and she's sure that's where she is, and she rejected Umi. Those are two things that Umi found out about Chizuru. In contrast, and God, I was going to use this in the fucking thumbnail. God damn it. In contrast, what did Sumi hear? What did Sumi hear about Chizuru's feelings for Kazuya? This is important, and this is going to come back. This is going to be something that's going to absolutely be relevant here. Okay. Sumi also partially heard a part of what Umi have to say. Okay. Sumi asks her, do you have someone you can depend on? Chizuru says, I do. What's the teaser for next chapter? A worthy man. Okay. This is Kazuya's biggest fucking issue. Is that he is that he's a worthy man. What did Chizuru just tell Sumi? I can depend on him. He's already worthy. He doesn't need to do anything. She already thinks he's dependable. So now we're hitting at this core issue of like, okay, hey Kazuya, where did you get this idea? That you need to become some sort of other person? She already thinks you're dependable. Where did you get this idea? There is someone who's been there to cheer me up. Someone who stayed by my side, who was there for me on the day Grandma passed away. Even though I insisted I was okay, someone stuck by me despite all my refusals. And that certain someone's persistence, it saved me. And I know this person is always on my mind. Huh. Another facet of Kazuya's illusion shatters. So illusion 1, Umi's a better pick, Chizuru loves him, shatters. And now, what does this do? In this illusion shattering, Kazuya still hasn't addressed a core issue of himself, which is that Kazuya is wrong about his perceptions. So this is also part of the hero's journey. But this is, now I'm starting, I'm starting to get it. Okay. Now I'm starting to understand how Kazuya's hero's journey is broken. Okay. Kazuya is undergoing a proper hero's journey. The way the hero's journey is broken is that basically he's going to undergo the journey. He's going to have a death and rebirth. And he's going to realize how wrong he was about everything. Here's where the problem arises. In his conceptions about his understandings of Chizuru being shattered and being wrong, when something goes wrong, all he's going to have to blame is himself. Because he's going to realize he's the one who's been fucking up. Because Kazuya, where did all of this come from? Where did all of this come from? This is how his hero's journey is broken. He undergoes the hero's journey properly, only to realize, oh shit, this didn't need to happen. I caused all of this. He didn't need to undergo a hero's journey. He's the one who chose to live in an illusion. So what Reiji's doing is shattering Kazuya's illusions, and then when he has no illusions to latch onto, and reality kicks him in the fucking face, he's gonna realize what's been happening the whole fucking time. That's what Reiji's doing. It's not Reiji airing out the laundry or getting you ready for a finale. It is the illusion of that. It is the illusion of Reiji getting you ready for some sort of finale. No. He's clearing out these pieces. He's clearing out these pieces to make Kazuya realize he's the fuck up. To make Kazuya realize he's the one who did this. He's the one who chose this. He's the one who chose this fucking lie. Because every single character that has come back has introduced an idea Kazuya has had a certain perception of. And then shatters it. Right? Umi introduces this idea that Chizuru would pick Umi. Shatters it. Fucking shatters it. Nope. She rejected me, and I don't know what she's like in love. And she says she's able to fall in love with you now. This shattered two things. One, Umi's rejection. Two, that Chizuru figured out her feelings. You just realized Chizuru didn't figure out her feelings. Kazuya just learned that Chizuru did not figure out her feelings. But now Kazuya is introduced to another idea that there are things about Chizuru he doesn't know. Why? Now, you're introduced to another idea. Okay, Kazuya has this conception of himself that he needs to become a worthy man. And Sumi heard from Chizuru's fucking lips that Chizuru already thinks he's dependable and she cares about, and he is the one she feels the most safe with. Where did that idea come from? Why does Kazuya suddenly think this? And suddenly, that conception is going to shatter. But then introduce a new idea. Okay, wait. Why does Kazuya need to improve? Kazuya doesn't need to change himself. He's perfectly fine as he is. Right? Except Kazuya does have problems that he does need to address. So what Reiji is slowly doing, I think, is maybe making Kazuya get a little too full of himself. He's making Kazuya get a little too full of himself. He's getting a little too caught up in the positives, which is definitely something Kazuya would absolutely do. He's going to start getting caught up in the positives. He's going to get full of himself, and then when reality catches up, it's all going to shatter. I'm seeing what this dude's cooking. I'm seeing what this dude's cooking. He actively introduces negatives to you and then misdirects you away with positives. Actively. So you have Kazuya stuck in this illusion right after he finds out about July 11th. We see Chizuru with Umi. We think it's something bad. It ends up being something good. Then Umi texts Kazuya. We think it's something bad. He calls Chizuru and it ends up being something good for Chizuru. What just happened? We followed the same exact fucking structure. He introduces a real issue, a real fucking conflict in what Minnie is saying, in Kazuya staying home and not talking to Chizuru, in these things you're not understanding. He resolves a conflict that you assume is going to be bad but ends up being ultimately good. And then Kazuya talks to Chizuru and ends up being a good resolution for everything. And you're like, sweet, everything is great. And then what happens right after? Kazuya cuts his hair, and you're introduced to a new conflict with Ruka, and then you go into another conflict, and you're like, oh no, this is going to be bad, and it ends up being positive, and it subverts your expectations, and it ends up being great. And now we're going to get reintroduced to another conflict, and we're going to follow this structure. Every single conflict is a constant motif of death and rebirth. Every single conflict is a constant motif of death and rebirth. You die, you lose your sense of self, you don't understand what the fuck is happening. You're gonna reach a point in the next arc, I'm betting you, where you're not gonna understand what the fuck is happening. And then you're gonna feel sense of relief. You're gonna be like, oh my god, I fucking understand what's going on. Oh, this is so good. Because what Reiji's doing is introducing uncomfortability and instability, and then afterwards introducing stability and comfort. And you start thinking you understand what's happening. You keep getting lured into a false sense of security. Reiji's going to keep luring you into a false sense of security. You're going to keep thinking, this is good, this is good, this is good, and it's just going to explode. So, if Sumi is the thing that started the movie arc, I could definitely see Sumi starting whatever this new arc is. So how does the Ruka issue going to get resolved? That's the thing. It didn't get resolved, did it? It didn't get resolved, did it? Ruka is a double conflict. It is not just for Kazuya to resolve it. Kazuya resolving it is one part. Ruka having some sort of resolution herself is the other part. Ruka needs to realize the truth. But she doesn't want the truth. We've gone back to the comfortable zone of no resolution. Because neither character wants to resolve it. It's too scary. So they put it to the side and they got what they wanted. They escaped. We looped. We got out of it, but you didn't actually get out. All the signs are there. Everything is there. So, so next arc is gonna deconstruct and destroy Kazuya's perception of needing to become a worthy man, especially if that is the teaser for next chapter. That is what the next arc is going to do, because again, Chizuru straight up tells Sumi he's someone I can depend on, and I know this person is always on my mind. What does Sumi ask her? What does Sumi ask her? Do you like this person, Chizuru-chan? Do you like them? I don't know. Huh. Okay. So Sumi, who's close to Chizuru, learned on her birthday that she doesn't know her feelings. But what does Chizuru say to Sumi? These feelings that I have for him, I feel like I need to confront them. No matter what I decide, I can't run away. This is really important. Kazuya gets told by Umi that she rejected Umi and she wants to face Kazuya wholeheartedly. Sumi heard something similar, that she can't run away. What is Kazuya doing? Sure is a whole lot of running away. But this also doesn't match what Chizuru is saying. Isn't that a little weird? Isn't it a little weird that what Chizuru is saying almost doesn't match what she's doing, where she's not around? So Kazuya is learning all these things about Chizuru, but not from Chizuru herself. And that's important. Why is Kazuya learning all this information from other people and not from Chizuru herself? Isn't that weird? Shouldn't Kazuya be learning this from Chizuru? Okay. Right? I have these feelings for him that I can't run away. I need to confront them. At the very least, he has yet to give up. So in Japanese here, she says he hasn't given up on anything. Kazuya is giving up on a whole lot of stuff. So Kazuya experienced the death of innocence, and Sumi might act as the death and rebirth. Sumi might act as the rebirth sequence, where he feels like he knows what he needs to do. I still don't know what it means to love it like another person. What if I want to stay by their side? Does that mean I'm in love with them? If I can't give them everything I have, it's not true love after all. Kazuya could learn from Sumi how much of a mess Chizuru is and how wrong he is about her, because he keeps perceiving her as perfect. Okay, wow, I was right. Sumi, the character who usually introduces purity, innocence, and comfortability into the narrative, is what will actually introduce messiness. Sumi's going to introduce messiness into the story. She's a subversion of her role. Sumi is going to be a subversion of her fucking role. I was right. Holy shit. Bro, I'm on a roll. I'm on a fucking roll. I'm on a fucking roll, dude. And what does Sumi do? Sumi does the one thing Kazuya has not been doing. That's not true at all. Chizuru-san, you're the most wonderful girl that I've ever known. Whatever answer you come to, I'm sure it'll be the right one. She has faith in her. Sumi is a reflection of Kazuya. She's a reflection of the real Kazuya. So Sumi is going to lead Kazuya to reach out to Chizuru. I don't know about that, but she's going to... So I know for a fact that Sumi does not have Kazuya's contact info. I don't think so. Let's go to the movie arc. So the last time Sumi contacted Kazuya was the movie arc, and Kazuya rented her. Okay. Chapter 153, Kazuya wants to help Chizuru. He doesn't know how. The female mind. What do you think? Can I count on you? Hey, morning. It's Sumi. Trips over herself. First thing that we see. Okay. Kazuya tells her about everything. I feel like maybe you'd know. You understand her feelings better than I do. Umi still doesn't fully grasp Chizuru's feelings. Who's the one who actually heard Chizuru's fucking feelings? Who's the one who can clear up to Kazuya Chizuru's feelings? Sumi. Sumi's the one who can explain to Kazuya what Chizuru's been feeling this whole time. One thing I want Kazuya to realize is how stupid he was for choosing to listen to fucking Minnie. I feel like we're slowly building to that. Kazuya's slowly realizing how fucking stupid he was to listen to Minnie. Because Minnie's a dipshit. She doesn't understand Chizuru's feelings at all. And what are you seeing right here? You might understand her feelings better than I do. Sumi literally hurt Chizuru's feelings. And Sumi's going to realize something is up with Kazuya. He's acting weird. And she's going to introduce... I think the whole thing with Sumi is going to be really messy. And that's going to be the point. It's going to be Kazuya learning to open up to someone. And I think one interesting thing with Sumi that I think is going to be quite important in this issue is that Kazuya opens up to Sumi a lot more comfortably than he does to Chizuru. Kazuya talks to Sumi. Kazuya lets Sumi in. He kind of opens up to her about things. And that's something we haven't really seen except for Minnie recently. And I think Kazuya, in interacting with these characters, is realizing different facets of what he needs to confront. So with Ruka, Kazuya confronts his desires. With Umi, Kazuya confronts his trust issues. With Sumi, Kazuya is going to confront the fact that he's not talking to Chizuru about his feelings. Each character that's being introduced is not necessarily about those characters. It's about what Kazuya has been doing wrong with Chizuru. Every single one introduces that. And Mami is about the lack of decision. So Mami is introduced first. With Mami, Kazuya doesn't make a decision, and a decision is made for him. With Ruka, Kazuya does not address his desires, so Ruka takes advantage of his desires. With Umi is about Kazuya's trust with Chizuru. With Sumi, it's about Kazuya communicating his feelings and understanding Chizuru's feelings because he doesn't want to. Every single character that has been introduced deals with a different facet of Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship, and something Kazuya has not been addressing. So Sumi is going to be about Chizuru's feelings and Kazuya communicating his feelings. Because Kazuya does not communicate his feelings to Chizuru. He doesn't. He's too afraid to open up to Chizuru. Sumi is about trust too. In particular, Kazuya doesn't trust Chizuru. So Umi and Sumi are like two different sides of the same coin. Umi is Kazuya's lack of trust in Chizuru in that she'll pick someone else. Sumi is Kazuya's lack of trust in Chizuru in opening up about his feelings. And Kazuya needs to realize that everything he's doing with everyone else is something he needs to start incorporating with Chizuru. Because if he doesn't, it's never going to work. That's the problem. When people tell you Kazuya is like more open with Sumi, to some degree they're right. Kazuya tells things to Sumi he doesn't tell Chizuru. Just as there are things Chizuru tells to Umi that she doesn't necessarily tell to Kazuya. But why? Why aren't they saying these things to each other? And this is a big... These are all different facets of the issues. There's multiple issues. It's not just one. There's multiple different issues. And the story is tackling them by putting the characters in these scenarios. In particular, Kazuya. Mostly because Chizuru has actually tackled these issues. He hasn't. There's a reason you're not seeing Chizuru be put in these scenarios. There's a very particular reason you're not seeing Chizuru be put in these scenarios because she already went through her gauntlet. She already interacted with these characters. She interacted with Sumi. She interacted with Umi. She knows about Mami. She's been interacting with Minnie. And Mami has... Or sorry, she interacted with Minnie. She knows about Ruka. And Mami's been on the back of her mind this whole time. So Chizuru already went through her gauntlet. Kazuya has not been through his gauntlet. What we're experiencing right now is the cohabitation arc unfiltered. That's what this is. This is the cohabitation arc unfiltered. That's why everything that happened in the cohabitation arc is happening again, but differently. So Ruka shows up again, except she actually does something. In the cohabitation arc, Ruka doesn't do anything. Umi shows up again, except you're given a little more context about his character, and that he was rejected, and that there was nothing going on. And this time, Kazuya, nobody follows anybody this time. Mami shows up too, but Mami doesn't get a resolution, except Mami tries to take an action, which is different. Then, finally, we're getting Sumi again. Every single thing that's been happening has been an inversion of the cohabitation arc. As if it's giving context to the cohabitation arc. Every single thing we're experiencing right now within the narrative is contextualized by the cohabitation. These things that we're going to experience soon, especially with Sumi, do not work in a void. You cannot look at them in a void. You have to see them in relation to the cohabitation arc, and in particular, the idea that the cohabitation arc is a big illusion. Do you think Chizuru will ever see Kazuya's haircut, or will he return back to his old haircut himself before that happens? Oh, she's going to see it. Oh, she's absolutely going to see it. Anyways, Sumi picks up Kazuya, takes him to Shinjuku. The Shonen line. The sea soothes the soul. Huh. The sea soothes the soul. If it's for Chizuru's son's sake, I want to do something too. So from here on, we're doing this as friends. Okay. Next chapter. There's kindness in this world. Sumi introduces kindness into the world. Okay. Yeah, Sumi tries to scream and she can't do it. And this is the last time we see Sumi. This is with Kazuya for until the birthday arc. Sumi was going to scream. She couldn't do it. Kazuya screams instead. I'm sorry. I'm kind of wet. Kazuya trips and falls in the water. Sorry, I'm kind of wiped out. It's been forever since I played around like this, like a kid. Positivity starts with a smile. Even though I can't really help you, when people are in pain, I want them to go out and have fun. I see now. That's what today was about. The whole time she's been trying to get me to have fun. She saw I was hurting and she got me to come out even if she had to drag me. What a nice girl. This is going to be relevant. The fact that he's hurting and that's the thing. What's interesting about this is this. Sumi always does this for other people. She helps other people when they're hurting. But there is one fundamental issue with Sumi that I think is very, very, very relevant here. That is relevant to Kazuya too. Sumi puts her feelings to the side for other people constantly. This is wrong. And she does it here. She does it here. Umi, in some ways, did something Sumi couldn't do. Umi is an embodiment of selfishness. Or more accurately, Umi embodies like selfish love. Umi embodies selfish love. Sumi embodies selfless love in the narrative. There's a problem with both. Umi is too caught up in his perception of love to maybe see Chizuru properly. Even in the very end, he's in some ways being selfish. He's telling Kazuya, show me what Chizuru is like. And so in a selfless way, he selfishly wants to see something. Sumi is the opposite problem. Sumi puts her feelings to the side all the time and does not actually tell them to Kazuya. Here, she's selflessly being selfish. She's trying to help him out in her own selfless ways. The problem is that both have a form of extremes. Sumi doesn't open up about her feelings to Kazuya, and we'll get into that in just a sec. The chapters where Sumi shows up after this point perfectly highlight this issue. And this also, by the way, this also is relevant to why Sumi doesn't appear in the manga. On one hand, it's a serialization thing. It's Chizuru and Kazuya are the fucking focus. On the other, what Reiji does with that is incredible because he knows he can't put Sumi that much in the manga. So what does Reiji do? He makes it a narrative point around time traveling and in particular, this idea of unaddressed feelings. And that because you're ignoring your feelings and putting them to the side, they continue to fester. And then when you eventually do come back and it feels like you leapt through time, it drives you insane that you still feel the way that you do. It comes back and it resurfaces and you're not addressing it and it won't ever really go away. Much like grief. Grief doesn't go away. People act like you just kind of eventually get over and move on. Grief doesn't really go away. It becomes easier, but it doesn't really go away. In this case, Kazuya saying, I was pretty stressed out at first, but somewhere between the running around and goofing off, my worries faded away. I feel refreshed, thanks Sumi-chan. But that's the thing. Kazuya follows Sumi's advice to a T in the actual date. And while he does help, he doesn't actually get through to Chizuru until he opens up to her. Until he tells her to cry, and then she tells, like, he keeps being persistent. Until Kazuya goes past what Sumi told him to do or what Sumi helped him do, does Kazuya truly get through to Chizuru. The date does matter, of course. It does matter. It's literally like easing the walls in, and slowly but surely helping Chizuru. But only when Kazuya fully opens up to Chizuru does he actually fully get through to her. So, reversal of the movie arc again. Anyways, I know what it's like to be miserable, but I think any girl would be happy to have someone come right out and try to cheer them up. Sumi-chan, only Chizuru-chan really knows what she's feeling, but I'd be happy. If it was me, I'd be happy. This is her indirectly confessing. This is Sumi indirectly confessing. That's what this scene is. It is Sumi indirectly confessing. She doesn't say it. She doesn't clarify. And Sumi, this character who doesn't clarify her feelings, best understands Chizuru. I also want you to notice how there's white lace on Sumi's clothes. And if we go to the current chapter, you see white lace again. So the moment you realize the innocence of Chizuru's feelings, Sumi, the character of innocence, gets introduced to the fucking narrative again. What are the odds? What are the odds? Okay. Let's continue. I get it. That's it. Of course, she's got to be torn up inside, but I can't be so down in the dumps that I can't cheer her up. I have to focus on what's important. You can't help me out? You're kidding, right? Today was the best date ever. Let's go back to Tokyo. He runs off. Sumi stands in the shadows. She looks at him and she sees Chizuru. He doesn't even look at her. And she smiles, but she's in shadows. The sun is behind her. Sumi's feelings are hidden inside. She didn't let them out. There's a kind of sad resolution to this sequence. This is Sumi essentially trying to say goodbye. This is Sumi telling herself she's content with saying goodbye and she's okay with it. But she's in shadows. She looks content. She says, yeah. And she knows she helped, but this is where we skip a whole bunch of fucking chapters. Like 100 goddamn chapters. Ready to skip 100 goddamn chapters? So Sumi returns for Chizuru's birthday. Okay. In chapter 265, Kazuya and Minnie go to watch Chizuru's play. They come home and they see Sumi. And they're like, the hell? Chizuru is at her acting in her play. She's at her play. And, people use her birthday to do some fucking stupid bullshit. And it makes her feel isolated. Kazuya sees Sumi. And he's like, Sumi-chan, why is Sumi-chan here? This is Mizuhara's childhood home. She knew this place? She's been here before? Master, someone you know? Yeah, this is Sumi-chan. She's Mizuhara's friend. Sumi-chan, what brings you here? Sumi snaps out of it. This girl can't talk. I had plans to meet up with Chizuru-chan. No, wait a second. Something is amiss. Look at her face. It's plain as day. This whole time, what are you doing here? That's what this look is. Sumi runs into Kazuya, akin to one other character. See, I'm going to show you something interesting here. I'm going to show you something a little interesting here. This chapter I just showed you, where we see Sumi returning, who's the other character that we see right after Sumi? Mommy. Now I ask you, what's been happening with Mommy lately? What's been happening with Mommy lately? She keeps running into Kazuya. She keeps running into him when she doesn't want to. He keeps appearing in her life as if he's haunting her. She keeps running into him. But here's the thing. This scene that we just saw right here, how did it happen? Mommy went out of her way to talk to Kazuya first. And then she started running into him, and he couldn't disappear from her mind. Sumi's the opposite. Sumi first runs into Kazuya, and now she's taking the initiative to actually talk to him. Huh. Okay. So, Sumi goes to Chizuru's place, and there's this awkwardness between Kazuya and Sumi. Sumi looks at Kazuya. It's weird. Let's talk inside. It's useless trying to hide it. But I suppose Sumi-chan knows about the relationship with knows about my relationship with Mizuhara, about the movie and stuff. I'm sure she'll understand if I explain everything. He's in the shadows. He doesn't see Sumi's feelings at all. Kazuya-kun and Chizuru-chan are living in the same house. Look at how it devastates her. Isn't this relevant to Ruka? Isn't this relevant to Ruka? And then Sumi is yet again reminded of these feelings that she buried deep down and chose to not address. Sumi is kind of that character where she had feelings for someone and she never told them how she felt. And she let years go by and didn't do anything. And when she got a little older, she started regretting not saying something. That's where Sumi is. She waited too long. She waited way too long to fucking do anything. And now she regrets it. And what do you see with Sumi? This is my favorite visual. She walks in behind the gate and closes it. As if she just closed her feelings on Kazuya. She locked them behind a gate. She shut them down. She closed the door. I can't let these feelings out. However, when she's talking to Chizuru, they come out ever so briefly. When she's talking to Chizuru, they come out ever so briefly. When Chizuru tells her, this person's always on my mind, look at Sumi's face. Right? This hits right at her feelings. Do you like this person, Chizuru-san? Do you like them? Why did she ask that? Sumi's selfishness is peeking through. Her selfishness is starting to peek through just a little bit. She wants to know. But why does Sumi want to know? She wants to know because she has feelings too. She's an inversion of Umi. She's ink, he's the ocean. I don't know. I think I've been very unfair to them, thinking back on it. Someone else asked me this question, and that someone else shows up right after. What are the fucking odds? Okay. So, Sumi's very relevant to this. Sumi is very relevant to this. Damn, Crumpy still hasn't done the translations. Weird. Huh. This person says so when Minnie was talking in chapter 390, they were hinting at a harem romance comedy, weren't they? Mami-chan asks him, "Do you still love me?" Ruka demands her first time with him and tempts him with her body, hoping for the best. What on earth is Sumi-chan planning to do? Probably tell him her feelings. I'm not seeing many posts. How weird. Not seeing many posts. I mean, it's possible Reiji's setting up individual harem to then smash it like a whack-a-mole in an instant. He's already crushing it. He's already shattering the perspective of the harem idea. Okay. Wait, the Sun Plaza in which we see Chizuru. What the hell? Um, what's going on? What the fuck? Sorry, 1 second. Something's being weird. Sorry, I don't know what just happened. I had to like restart. Okay. Um, so I found out something weird. The place we see Chizuru at, the place we see Chizuru at in chapter 408, it closed in July 2023. So this place right here, where Chizuru is at, it closed in July of 2023. And Kazuya and Chizuru are meeting in July. What the fuck? Weird. Weird. They are planning redevelopment right now, but the plans were halted. Weird. And my theory was right. Let's go to Reddit. Let's download the Kobari link. We're going to take that over here. So, there's something I noticed. I wanted to talk about it very briefly. Dude, look at how ecstatic he is that they kissed. Look at how ecstatic he is that they kissed. He's like, really? You two kissed? Oh, hell yeah. That's awesome. Look at his face. He's so happy. He's just like, bro, look, they fucking kissed. Like he's so ecstatic. Look at how happy he is. Really? Oh, shit, bro. It almost seems to stem from curiosity. I think Umi's almost curious about them. He almost finds them fascinating. That's kind of how I'm like interpreting this. Umi almost finds them fascinating. He's so happy. It's funny. Now you are not peeking behind the bang here, but it is funny. It's kind of cute seeing how excited he got. Well, that definitely counts as getting closer. I hope she doesn't get mad at me for this. It's the truth after all. Still, you kissed and you're not dating? That sounds very strange. I agree. But now I understand. You kissed. It's kind of hard to imagine her kissing anyone. Isn't this piece of... That dialogue is interesting. That dialogue should catch your attention. Huh. It's hard for him to imagine her kissing anyone. Chizuru doesn't touch anyone. She doesn't interact with anyone. Huh. Chizuru is different. She doesn't really do that kind of stuff. Interesting. That's an interesting piece of information. So, like, suddenly Kazuya's perceptions that Chizuru would just do this with anyone is like, wait, she doesn't just do that with anybody? Right? Kazuya's, well, we already know that. But Kazuya's perception is that Chizuru would just do that with people. And here he is like, wait, she doesn't just do that? Does that mean she's never done that with Umi-kun at the very least? He's focused on Umi-kun. Umi is introducing us to an idea we didn't even think about. Chizuru just doesn't fucking do this shit. Whereas Kazuya is focused on Umi, he's missing the key information in front of him. That Umi couldn't even imagine her doing this kind of stuff. It's very different for her. I mean, Chizuru-chan is a very strange girl, don't you think? Strange. Right? Okay. And then you peek behind the bangs, right? He's contemplating. He's trying to like understand this, you know? Most girls go out with me when I ask. After meeting up 2 or 3 times, things naturally go in a more romantic direction quite often. Huh? Kazuya? The fuck, bro? You just bragging? Umi, are you just fucking bragging, bro? Now that I think about it, after exchanging contact info, they'd usually asked me out. All the girls. Huh? What? And that's the thing. Umi is talking about like dating all these women, but has he ever found love? I feel like Umi might not understand love. He's like he's dated so many people that he doesn't know what love might actually be. He's probably just seen girls love struck, you know? But he maybe like, you know, him being pretty is a detriment. It's almost like him being pretty is a detriment. They just like him because he's attractive. But like, has he experienced real love? Like someone who really gets him. A relationship that's really fucking worked out, you know? Because it's clear he hasn't. I feel like Umi hasn't experienced like love that's like, you know, clicked for him. Love that's like, you know, someone really gets him. I feel like he hasn't had that. Whenever I call them cute, they seem pretty taken with it. We'd go to a private bar and get drunk in no time. What? Huh? What is this guy on about? The girls would ask him out. They'd get romantic after going out just 2 or 3 times. Never in my life has that happened to me. I know what's going on here. Basically, he's too popular for his own good, making him lose his grip on reality. That's such a good fucking joke. That's such a good fucking joke. He's like, oh man, this dude's too popular. This guy is like lost in the fucking sauce. He's literally, he's like a rich person who's lost their sense of money. This shit's so good. This guy has got it too good, so he doesn't fucking know what he has. They usually say they love me, the girls. She's so strange. They usually say they love me, but he doesn't know what love is. They usually just say they love me, the girls. But Umi is comparing Chizuru to just every other girl. He's not like, okay, you're just acting like every girl is the same. He's not being malicious. It's not like he's being malicious. He literally doesn't understand. He's like a kid. He's like a kid. He literally doesn't understand. I think Umi literally just doesn't know what love is. He literally does not conceptualize it, and it's actually the same as Ruka. It's actually the same as Ruka, but inverted. He's just kind of, whereas Ruka was trying to find something that made her feel, Umi is constantly dating around, and the girls always telling me they love him, so he thinks he knows what love is, just as Ruka thinks she knows what love is. But he doesn't actually know what love is. He's just, his perception of it is so rooted in the environment that he's in that he doesn't understand what it actually is. He literally doesn't conceptualize, at least from the perspective that we're getting here. You know? But it almost feels weird considering he could tell Chizuru loved Kazuya. So it is fascinating. You know, it is fascinating. I feel like it makes some sense. I think both can coexist. It's not necessarily a paradox. I think both can coexist. He can recognize when someone is in love, but not really understand what love is either. I think that's also very true. He doesn't look down on women or despise unpopular men. That kind of world what kind of world is he living in constantly? He's just a guy who's had so much in his life that he can't tell the good from the bad anymore. Exactly. He's seen so much that he can't tell. He just as he can't tell good from bad anymore, he can't tell if Chizuru is good or bad. And just as he can't tell if Chizuru is good or bad, he can't tell what love is. Umi literally does not understand. I don't feel like I can relate to him on even a single thing. We're complete opposites. I get it now. I guess I should get going. Yeah, and then he's just like, oh, I get it now, and he just decides to leave, and it's like, wait, what'd you figure out? Right? It's like all of a sudden, it's like, what the fuck did you just figure out? What? What do you mean you just figure it out? Sorry, I have a shoot for a drama lined up after this in Setagaya. Oh, why did he choose to come here in the middle of that? So in the middle, see, that's kind of weird too. That's kind of weird too. He is in the middle of a shoot for a drama. And again, that already should tell you has nothing to do with Chizuru's play. For everyone who's like insistent that he has something going on with Chizuru's play, he's literally just telling you, I have a shoot for a drama. I'm not doing plays anymore. Like, we haven't seen Umi do any plays. He's just been talking about dramas. And this has been consistent. This isn't something he's making the fuck up. This has been consistent. When he went to Chizuru's home, when he went to pay respect to her grandparents, he talked about this. He talked about working on a drama. So this is nothing new. It is actually consistent. But what's weird is that the coworkers Chizuru was working with in her play said Umi was a tough catch. And yet Umi is telling us that, he's just kind of dating around. So that's kind of weird, right? So he's just kind of dating around and none of the relationships work. And he's kind of just not getting what he wants, it seems like. He's just kind of dated around a whole bunch and none of them have seemingly worked. I feel like we're almost like getting a little more about Umi and there's still like a little bit more of a mystery. I feel like there's still a little bit more of a mystery here. Like, I feel like some stuff is not fully adding up. He's like I think maybe he's a tough catch in that things get romantic, but he never really attaches to anyone. Maybe in that regard, Umi's a tough catch. Maybe he's hard to like talk to and get in contact with and then get his info and then date. That I could see. Okay. So if he gets in contact with you and gets your info and he might just, things might just go into that direction. But getting into contact with him in the first place is hard. Okay. I think I get it. Getting into contact with Umi in the first place is not easy. But once you do get into contact, he may just be like okay with like dating, I guess. But it might never really stick. But it's weird. Umi is a strange character. Umi is a strange character. Maybe this is all still connected to like the girl he was dating at the time that he broke up with, and maybe it's just him trying to like figure that out. Still, he's interested mainly because she's different. That's not a reason for Chizuru to reciprocate that, though. Yeah, like he's interested because of how different Chizuru is, but that's what I'm saying. It's like I don't think he actually likes her. He's interested because she's different. But does that mean, again, it doesn't feel like when he's confessing to Chizuru, he's actually confessing. It doesn't feel like he is. He's interested because she's different. He's trying to figure out why she's different. That's all. I'm not saying he's actually like trying to get with her. He's interested because she's different, but it also doesn't add up. It makes me appear really shallow. Because the moment he says, I love you, suddenly he just expects to get it. Like, it makes Umi come off as incredibly shallow. So, like, there's a layer to Umi here that's being introduced. If we're just working on what we're being given, just this pure layer that we're being given about Umi's character here, it both makes him feel really interesting and layered and yet shallow at the same time, which makes him more human. What do I mean by this? On one hand, he's a good enough guy to recognize when like to give up and to move on and to recognize and try to understand what he just experienced. Well, at the same time, he's shallow enough to think that confessing would somehow get him what he wants. Because of the fact that he's experienced so much and he doesn't recognize good from bad anymore. But that doesn't add up. Something's off here. Something is off here. I can definitely feel something is quite off here. Something doesn't fully add up. I don't think we've gotten the full picture with Umi. I don't think this is it. I don't think this is it. We did not get the full picture with Umi. I genuinely believe this. This is not the full picture. I think there's more. I definitely think there's more with Umi. I don't think this is the full picture. Kazuya and Chizuru still have to talk about Umi. There's still a lot of secrets in the background because Umi didn't just suddenly confess to Chizuru and get rejected. There's an entire history there. And that history kind of has to be talked about, you know? It doesn't add up. We're only seeing this from Kazuya's POV. Chizuru has not talked about this. So, and it's the same thing with Ruka. Kazuya rejected Ruka. Chizuru knows about that, but she doesn't know the full truth of what's been going on. And I think there's a little more to Umi than meets the eye. I don't think he's nearly as... I think he's a bit shallow, for sure. I do think Umi's a bit shallow, but like not as shallow as we might think, you know? I think all of this has been Umi trying to understand Chizuru's feelings. I definitely think this is all Umi been trying to understand Chizuru's feelings. Not so much about his rejection. Because I think the rejection was inevitable. He already fucking knew that. Especially considering he seems to be aware of what love is. There are times where it feels like Umi knows more than he's letting on. And then when he talks here, he comes off as like really shallow and dumb. So it feels weird. It just doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. I think there's more. I'm sure there's more. I get it. I guess I should be going. Sorry, I have a shoot for a drama lined up after this. Wait, was that it? The talk, since I'm the one who asked you here. Again, he did the thing where it abruptly ends and it feels like you didn't get everything you wanted to hear. Does it? Kazuya has done this a few times now where he's like, what? Wait, was that it? How many times has that happened now with multiple different characters? It happened with Mami. It happens with Umi, in particular those two. It's mostly those two. Where he's like, wait, that's it? And then nothing else happens. And you're like confused. You get a little more information, but it doesn't feel like you got the whole picture. You're just like, what the fuck? You know? And then Umi rented Kazuya. So that suddenly gives a new context to the chapter name. Boyfriend and boyfriend. It's Umi renting a boyfriend. Suddenly you have another new context to this chapter name. It's Umi renting a boyfriend. Umi, who's other people's boyfriends, is renting Kazuya the boyfriend. Suddenly that's fascinating, isn't it? But again, I'm like 90% sure we still don't have the full picture. Why Umi reached out to Kazuya in the tiger's den, still not explained. Right? If Umi's able to recognize Chizuru is in love with Kazuya, why does he think trying anything would change that? See how some things just don't line up? There's still a mystery there. You are given the false sense of security in this chapter that you have solved the mystery. You are given a false sense of security in this chapter that you have solved the mystery. There's more. Especially because Umi says, see ya right here, because he's going to come back. You know, he's going to come back. How? We don't know. How? We don't know. But you get the impression that the mystery is solved. It's not solved. You know, I don't think so. You're being led into a false sense of security. But let's keep reading. Okay. I'm off to the station. Yeah. Was that seriously it? What was he wanting to hear? He came all the way to Nirima for that. I still don't understand. The sign says stop. The sign reads stop. This is at the center of the thing. Why does the sign read stop? I still don't understand what his goal was. I can tell he's not the type to treat me like an enemy, but I have no doubt that he likes Mizuhara. None of this changes the fact that he's serious, that he's a serious threat. I wonder what happened with that. Kazuya gets the answer to that. Kazuya gets the answer to this of what happened, that he was rejected. But why did this happen? We never talked about it, which probably means she hasn't rejected him. If that's the case, maybe she hasn't made up her mind or anything. We never talked about it. See, okay, there's already a false issue here. You never talked about it, so why the fuck should she tell you she's rejected him? She's probably rejected a whole bunch of guys in the past. Why is Umi suddenly a big deal? She doesn't even know you know about him. So yeah, there's already a false premise being presented to you here. I'm so uneasy every time I meet Umi-kun. It feels like we live in completely different worlds. It feels like we live in completely... When Umi is introduced, that perception of different worlds gets shattered. Every time Umi is introduced, Kazuya's perspective of a different world gets reinforced. In particular, you see it in the Tiger's Den. When he's in the Tiger's Den, Kazuya literally says, like, we live in completely different worlds. We live in completely different worlds. We live in completely different worlds. I think that's going to shatter soon, this idea of living in a completely different world. Because I don't think Umi and him are so different. Every time Kazuya interacts with Umi, this idea of them being so unfathomably different gets reinforced to him because he doesn't experience what Umi experiences. And yet, I don't think that's completely untrue. Because Kazuya has had a lot of girls, like at the moment, Ruka loves him, Sumi loves him, Mami loves him, Chizuru loves him. So he's essentially he's going to essentially experience what Umi's experiencing and maybe be a little confused himself. No, there's more. There's more. This chapter lures you into a false sense of security that we've resolved some sort of conflict. It did the same thing when Chizuru rejected Umi. It's the same. It's the same. There are still mysteries that are not cleared up. Every time I meet Umi-kun, it feels like we live in completely different worlds. It's like she's still weighing her options. To be honest, she rejected me the other day. So he's honest this time. Huh? Isn't it fascinating that you don't see his face when he says she said that she might be in love right now. She didn't say she might be in love. She said she's sure that she can fall in love. Chizuru said she's sure she can fall in love. That's what she says in Japanese. And that she wants to face that person with all her heart. He doesn't see this. You don't see Umi's eyes when he says this. Umi doesn't see this. He doesn't see how Chizuru can fall in love now. And he doesn't see how she wants to face that person with all her heart. She's such a strange girl. From head to toe, she's perfect, like there's not a single crack to be found. She avoided specific details, so I thought maybe I still had a chance. But after talking with you today, I think it's time I give up. Is this like in some ways foreshadowing Ruka talking to Chizuru to realize she never had a chance and she's going to give up? So Umi, so you're led into this belief that Umi still had a chance and that's why he came here? Yeah, so this chapter leads you into this belief that Umi was here because he still thought he had a chance, and that's why he came here. But it doesn't make sense. Is his perception really so warped that he can't tell? It doesn't add up. It's inconsistent. It doesn't add up with the character we've been presented up until this point. Sorry. Okay. She avoided specific details, so I thought maybe I still had a chance. I don't think so. I don't think this is as honest as it appears. I don't think this is as honest as it appears. Something is not adding up. Something is not adding up. The way Umi like seemingly judges her love, the way Umi seemingly tries to figure out her feelings, like the image seems consistent with this like what you've been presented with Umi seems consistent with this, you know. What you've been seemingly presented with Umi seems consistent with this, you know. When Chizuru says Kazuya and I got closer but we're not dating, Umi is like, well, I don't want to be lame, and then he tries again, and it's like, no, that's not how it fucking works. And then here, this seemingly backs that up to you, where it's like, well, okay, she didn't specify, so just because she didn't specify, I think I have a chance, so I'm going to try again. But then you experience something with her I've never experienced, therefore, like, I never had a chance to begin with, so I'm just going to give up. It seems like a consistent sense of logic to his argument. I don't think so. I don't think so. There's something off here. Something plotting and drama kiss. I can't prove it. Is Umi going to a real kiss? No. No. Chizuru and Umi are in completely different places. Umi tells you here he has a drama in Sitagaya. Chizuru is in Nakano, Tokyo. They're in completely different places. Nakano, Tokyo to Sitagaya. Yeah. See, they are in completely different places. Chizuru lives here in Nerima. Chizuru is here in Nakano. Umi is all the way here in Sitagaya. They are in completely different places. Umi has absolutely no fucking connection with Chizuru right now. They are in completely separate places. They are not connected whatsoever. Okay? Unfortunately, my headphones broke today because of my cat. So I can't hear your voice. It would be great if you could respond, though, through chat instead. But you've never chatted here before. That's weird. I'm just not going to respond to that. That's weird. I'm not engaging with that. That's weird. Okay. And you go outside with that shirt. What a badass. Haha. I actually don't go outside with this shirt. I just wear this for streams. I wear this at home and I wear this for streams. I don't really go outside with these shirts. Dude, we live in fucking America. I'm not in the mood to be judged for liking things. I talk to people about Rent a Girlfriend. I don't go outside with these shirts because I don't need that judgment. When I'm outside, I'm trying to fucking relax. I don't need people on my fucking case, okay? If I go to maybe like an anime convention or something, maybe. But people will get on my fucking case and I don't need that. There are so many fucking shallow people out there. There are so many goddamn shallow people out there. I'm just not in the fucking mood. I'm not here to engage with you over some stupid horse shit. I'm just trying to do what I want to do and move on with my fucking day. Okay? I wear other shirts, but not this particular shirt. I don't really wear my Rent a Girlfriend shirts outside just because I don't need the shit. All right, I'm willing to defend the series. Like if someone tells me the series is bad in public, I will fucking like get into a goddamn argument with them. But I'm not like I don't need that like all the time I'm walking around, you know. Okay, so let's continue. Okay, so we don't see Umi's eyes here. I'm rooting for you, Kazuya-kun. Show me how it looks for Chizuru-san to be in love. Or Chizuru-chan to be in love. See ya. Exactly why I don't buy anime merch. I wear anime merch. I just wear what people find acceptable. So I'll wear jujitsu. I actually don't have jujitsu. I'll wear Demon Slayer outside. I'll wear like Superman stuff outside. I'll wear like other stuff outside, but I'll wear like the socially acceptable shit. You know, it's like, especially if I kind of like it. Like I kind of like Demon Slayer. I think Demon Slayer's fun. So I don't mind like wearing Demon Slayer stuff outside. I'm cool with that. I'm not gonna get shit for it. People will leave me the fuck alone. Maybe someone will compliment me on it. I'll wear my Kingdom Hearts shirt outside. Like Kingdom Hearts is like a little easier to like defend than Rent a Girlfriend, and you know, it won't attract like weird fucking people to me. But like, I just think like we are in an era where people really want to pick fucking fights constantly. And I'm just not in the mood for that. And I don't need that. I don't, especially when I'm with family, I don't need to bring that attention to me. So, you know, I'm just making like it's more of a responsible choice rather than a like, oh, you know, people are bothering me and shit. It's just more of a responsible choice. I just don't need to engage with that shit. But I do wear anime merch, just the stuff they find socially acceptable. Okay, so Umi's rooting for them. Kazuya's left shaken. And Sumi comes back. Oh, we got our translations. Crumpy, my goat. We got our fucking translations, fellas. I saw it on my thing before I even saw what you said. Great chapter, by the way. Yeah, I agree. It's luring us into a bit of a false sense of security, but it is a good chapter for sure. An invitation from Umi-kun. What is his goal? Even without being at the sea, as long as you're here, it instantly becomes a movie scene. Here, we should not forget that Umi equals sea in Japanese, so like, I don't care about Umi when you're there. So Chizuru here is essentially saying, even if we're not at the sea, as long as I'm with you, it's like a movie scene. So it's like, you know, even though this is just a river, to me, it's like the ocean, because this is the time that we share together. This is how much it means to me. That's really good. Yeah. All right, so it's not, again, it's about like, you know, shattering your perceptions of Umi's character. An unexpected declaration of support creates a favorable wind. Meanwhile, another girl is already in a celebratory mood. Next time, a worthy man. Okay, and as we've said, Kazuya's repeating motif is being a worthy man. He keeps trying to become worthy. And Sumi heard from Chizuru that she already views him as someone who's dependable. So that perception of Kazuya is going to shatter. The problem becomes, see, these perceptions shattering is a great thing. The problem becomes, why did you get those thoughts in the first place? And many people will be like, oh, it's Minnie's fault. No. Minnie's purely the catalyst. Minnie is purely the catalyst. She is just the thing fueling this. Kazuya knows better. It's something else. Okay. Let's continue. So Sumi's going to start a new arc according to you. The arc has been going this whole time. None of this has been a new arc. This has been the arc this whole time. Sumi's not starting a new arc. Sumi is essentially the... How do I explain it? Sumi is essentially another one of the reality shattering perceptions. That's what Sumi is. She's shattering Kazuya's reality perception that he's had for a while. She's shattering his illusions that he's had this for a while. That's essentially what everything has been. It's this shattering of illusions. Heck, this chapter is chapter 409. It's literally 4 in Japanese is the number for death. 9 is the number for pain. Literally, this chapter leads you into this perception that, like, oh my god, this is gonna be so bad. It's gonna have so much pain, so much fucking suffering. It's gonna fucking suck. And it's literally not that. It's literally not that. Because if you put 4 and 9 together, it reads painful death. Except 0 is in between. So it's almost like we're... And this is the chapter before chapter 410. Which is like a new set of chapters. It's like this is the... You know, we're ending something here and we're starting something new. It's like a loop broke. You know, because chapter 408, 8 is a loop. So it's like that loop broke. Another loop breaks. And now we're going to start afresh with chapter 410. I'm really trying to, like, piece together what Reiji's cooking. I feel like there is still a lot in plain view that we're not seeing. I really feel it. I really, really feel it. There's a lot in plain view that we're not seeing. It's the same thing I felt with the Umi rejection. It's almost the same exact thing I felt with the Umi rejection. So the Umi rejection, Chizuru texts Umi. You think it's gonna be bad. Chizuru rejects Umi. You're like, okay, not what I expected. Everybody's cheering. I'm paying attention to the chapter and be like, okay, something's not adding up in this chapter. We continue in that same chapter. Umi calls Kazuya. You're like, oh no, it's gonna start like a whole thing and blah 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 blah. And then what it leads to, just Umi calling Kazuya acts as a catalyst for Kazuya to deal with the conflict that he needs to, which is to, to actually call Chizuru. So Umi merely acted as a catalyst for Kazuya to actually do the thing he needed to do from the fucking start. And then you see the Umi interaction, and what happens, Umi sees Kazuya and Ruka, and you're like, oh no, something bad's gonna fucking happen, and nothing bad happens. In fact, Kazuya talks to Umi, and it ends up being completely fucking positive. And then by the end of it, you get like the supreme level of positivity in Sumi's return. Sumi is like the embodiment of positivity in this fucking manga. You are literally being conditioned by the visuals, by everything you're interacting with, to be like, everything is great. Everything is great. All of this is great. Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of a team. Literally, that's you're literally being conditioned to believe everything is awesome. So, you know, it's digging a little far. There's a reason he asked about a kiss. He was trying to know how far they went. Well, no, he didn't know. Did he ask about a kiss? Actually, wait, you're right. Did you kiss her? And again, it peeks through. I guess. See, it's so interesting that when Umi asks this, his eyes peek behind his bangs as if he's seeing through things. It's as if he has like this gazing eye that can see through things. That's kind of what that feels like. It's like, what, you peek behind the bangs and it's like, okay, he's aware enough to realize they might have kissed, but somehow he's not aware enough to think that, not understand what's going on. See how it's weird? See how it's weird? He's like, I feel like we're not seeing the full picture with Umi. He's aware enough to realize they kissed, but seemingly he's like, he's surrounded by all these girls who, has all that stuff going on, It just feels more like a fascination with Chizuru, more than he is actually in love with her. He's almost asking Kazuya. He's almost like asking Kazuya. It's like, this is how I've always experienced things. It's always so weird. It always happens like this. It's always like a pattern. He's literally explaining a pattern to Kazuya. He's literally explaining a set of patterns that tends to happen with Kazuya. But then this is not something he's experiencing with Chizuru. Whenever I call them cute, they seem pretty taken with it. We'd go to a private bar and get drunk in no time. Right, and what was Kazuya doing in the date? Literally, what was Kazuya doing in the date? He kept calling Chizuru cute. He kept calling Chizuru cute over and over and over and over and over again. It's almost like Umi's like, in this sequence, Umi's like seemingly deconstructing to Kazuya how all these things Umi does seemingly work because he's Umi. But what he's experiencing is not real. And I think he even knows it. There's a kind of awareness in Umi that what he's experiencing is not real. That it's only happening because he's Umi, because he's attractive. It's like Umi knows he's in an illusion. He's just trying to understand the difference between what he's experiencing and what Chizuru is doing. And so he's trying to find the difference between Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship, which he perceives as real, versus the illusions he's under. He's like, okay, how can I find my own real thing? That almost feels like what he's trying to do. That almost feels like what Umi's trying to do. He's trying to find his own real thing. And he doesn't know how. And that's why he's so fascinated by Chizuru and Kazuya. Because what they have is clearly real. But what Umi's experiencing is clearly fiction. And he's literally reading to Kazuya what he did in the date. He's literally reading back to Kazuya what he did in the date. You know, it's like, whenever I called them cute, they seem pretty taken with it. They just seem to like that. You know? And then we go to a private bar and get drunk in no time, which implies that they probably had fucking sex afterwards. Which, by the way, that has me curious. I'm going to look up the... Hey, Crumpy. Oh, fuck. I gotta zoom in. In the top right panel, what does Umi say to Kazuya? I feel like there might be some little pieces they removed to not imply sex, because this is absolutely something they always fucking do. Whenever there's like a sexual element in the Japanese text, the localizers tend to try and remove it. So like when Chizuru was talking about how her mom had a whole bunch of lovers, they removed that and they said she was popular instead of just being straight up and just being like, no, she literally said she had a bunch of fucking lovers. If anything, Umi, yeah, there's a interesting parallel with Umi's dilemma and Chizuru's mom's dilemma, where Chizuru's mom seemingly had a whole bunch of lovers, and she never seemingly found real love, apparently, and then, her husband left her, and then she died. Umi is seemingly stuck in that dilemma. What fascinates me about Umi is that he's seemingly the character that people love to perceive Chizuru as, where, he's trying to... His dilemma is almost similar to hers in some degree, where Chizuru's trying to find out what real love is, or what love is, period. Chizuru doesn't know what love is, period. Umi's dilemma seems like that, but he just doesn't realize that's what his dilemma is. Like that almost seems like what the issue is, where he's like, he doesn't find the person who makes him, who seems to understand him. He doesn't know what real love is. They tell him they love him when he tells them they're cute. Like literally he's playing the role, the girl tells him they love him. He tells them they're cute and they go through the motions and then kind of nothing really fucking happens. So Kazuya and Chizuru seemingly fascinate him because Chizuru is like antithetical to social norms. Chizuru is like very antithetical to social norms. She literally tells Kazuya, it's like, okay, well, as long as the girl, like society seems to think as long as the girl's happy, then that's all that matters. You call her cute and you call it a day. Even Minnie says this. Minnie literally says, oh, sometimes you just gotta call a girl cute and call it a fucking day, and that's all that fucking matters. And then it's like, Chizuru's like, no, it's not really love. Like, that seems really fucking shallow. And this story is seemingly deconstructing that shallowness. It seems like Umi's almost aware of his own shallowness. It's like he knows, like, okay, I'm just going through these motions and it's boring and it's not really what I want. So Reishi seems like he's deconstructing the shallowness of dating and what real love is. It seems like Reishi's trying to like find the answer to that. He's exploring that in his writing. What is real love? Umi is self-aware. Umi is a self-aware character, but he can't understand Chizuru or Kazuya because he always feels a illusion and haven't felt anything real. That's his desire, and Chizuru is that for him. But that's just me. I don't quite think so. Chizuru is the real thing, but it stems from admiration and fascination rather than love. Whether Umi is confused on that front is a whole other matter. I don't think he is. Maybe Umi like thinks he still had a chance. Maybe Umi is like under his own illusion that he thinks he still had a chance, but it doesn't quite feel like it. Like some things just don't add up. Some things just don't fucking add up, you know? Like there's clearly an element of illusions, but you know, I think all Umi wanted to know is, okay, did they kiss? Okay, that's it. Okay, cool. That's all he wanted to know. Is like, did they kiss? Okay, cool. Now I know how close they got. And what to them is considered close. Maybe he's measuring like how to formulate a relationship. I don't know. Yeah, then when you see Umi like smile like this here, the smile here looks sussy. You're like, oh no, is Umi gonna do something in the background? You don't know, right? It looks like he's scheming. It looks like he's scheming. You know, you get suspicious, you get a little worried. But he was surprisingly honest with him too. So you don't really know. But his eye is peeking behind his bang, which tells me this is a truth. This tells me this is a truth. Because you're seeing his eye peeking behind his bangs. That you're seeing the full picture with Umi here. You're not just seeing like a part of the picture. You're seeing the I disconnected? What happened? Can you guys see me? Am I back? Am I still connected? It said I disconnected and I reconnected. Am I back? You're here for me. Okay. I think these words are very particular. I think Umi wants to know what Chizuru considers to be true love. Right? What is love to Chizuru-chan? I guess I also want to know what he says here. I'm fascinated by what Umi says here in Japanese too. Also curious about what Umi says here in Japanese. Okay, so up here, Umi says, when I say you're cute, they get quite spellbound, ecstatic. Spellbound. Then, if we go somewhere like a private bar, they instantly get drunk. Yeah, see, there's a little more nuance in the Japanese. It's like the way Umi describes it, it's like they're drunk off of him. It's like they're drunk on Umi's beauty. All it takes is for him to say you're cute. They're not actually in love with him. Yeah, there's a little bit of nuance missing here. I knew it. I fucking knew there was a little bit of nuance missing here. It's like what Umi is experiencing with other girls is that they're seemingly drunk on his beauty. They're drunk on how attractive he is. They're drunk on being with him. They're drunk on who he is. This is in some ways a deconstruction of Kazuya. That Kazuya is in some ways kind of drunk on Chizuru. Because Kazuya is kind of like this, you know, like when Chizuru like gives him some small compliments, when some things like that happen, it feels like Umi is almost like reversing his role with Chizuru and kind of deconstructing what Kazuya is doing with Chizuru. Where what Kazuya is doing with Chizuru is that he would like, you know, every time she gives him a small compliment, he gets crazy about it instead of just, you know, interacting with her. And then at the same time, when he just gets caught up in the moment and he's not realizing that just calling her cute is not enough. It's like you gotta fucking communicate to the person. So it's like because of their differences, there are things that Kazuya is not seeing in what Umi is saying, and how it's a deconstruction of what he himself is doing and what he himself is trapped in. Yeah, there is some nuance here that I think people are missing. Absolutely. Yeah, I knew there was some more nuance here. There's things that this is the issue with localization and translation. There is no perfect translation. You're never going to get a perfect translation. That's just the truth. The only real way to experience a manga, unfortunately, whether you like it or not, is to learn the language and to interact with the culture. That's very important. It's not just enough to learn the language. You got to actually interact with the culture too. Yeah, I'm learning more and more. I gotta learn fucking Japanese. I'm reminded every day I gotta learn fucking Japanese. Fuck me, man. Every day I am reminded that I gotta learn fucking Japanese. Okay. Japanese fan. Okay. Family restaurant gathering, straight to the main topic. Reveal number 1. They did kiss. Kazuya-kun's first setback. Reveal number 2. Kazuya-kun's dropping, or Umi-kun's dropping out. But it feels like there's still something more. This is the second Japanese fan who's agreed with me. It feels like there's more. You're not getting the full picture. There's more going on here. We're not getting the full picture. No, it feels like there's more. First appearance in over 2 years, Sumi-kun or Sumi-chan. Wonder how they managed to set up that promise. Another driving school arc, maybe? Okay. So Umi here, in Japanese, literally translates to I'm supporting you, Kazuya-kun. Show me the face of a Chizuru-chan who is in love. Okay, so he wants to see what Chizuru's face is like when she is in love. Oh. Suddenly this opening page makes a lot of sense. Umi tells Kazuya he was rejected. This was what he was here to tell him. And Chizuru tells him, the words you specifically hear here from Umi is that Chizuru tells him, I'm sure I can fall in love. That's what she says here. And you see her face. Chizuru says, I'm sure I can fall in love. Umi wants to see what Chizuru falling in love is like. And he wants to tell Kazuya that he was rejected. And he wants to know how they got closer. Which is a kiss. He knew it was a kiss. Umi had a gut feeling it was a kiss. You were literally told from the moment Umi showed up what this is about. You were told from the fucking start what this was about. Umi was going to tell Kazuya he was rejected. Umi wants to know what Chizuru falling in love looks like. Oh, Chizuru who is in love. What does that look like? You were told from the start. Interesting how every girl are coming back in the story. Ruka, Sumi, Mami. While Kazuya and Chizuru don't see each other since chapter 399, I think. No, it's been longer. Kazuya and Chizuru haven't seen each other since chapter 385. They called each other in chapter 396, but they have not seen each other since chapter 386. Or 385, sorry. It's been a while. They have not seen each other in a while. Does she even know about his hair? We don't know. There is a fundamental mystery being leveraged here. There's a big mystery being leveraged here. I wonder what Umi is thinking about Ruka clinging to Kazuya's arm. Exactly. That's just not addressed. You know, you get this cliffhanger, you think it's going to be a big thing, and then it's not even addressed. First off, you know, it's not addressed. Wait. So I have two theories. One, it could come back later. There's a possibility it's going to come back later. Two, I think when Umi talks about this thing to Kazuya, he actually thinks Kazuya might get it because of what he saw with Ruka 2 seconds ago. He thinks Kazuya might understand how he feels because of what he of what he just saw with Ruka, where Ruka was clinging on to Kazuya. So he might think Kazuya understands exactly how he feels because you have Ruka who's like clinging on to him and just saying like all these things to him and wants to be with him and all that stuff. And, you know, things are getting quite romantic and stuff. No, that's totally possible. No, I need you to get that stupid shit of you're overthinking this out of your head. You have to know what is being pieced together and why things are being said. There's no such thing as like overthinking unless there's like evidence to prove otherwise. We don't really have evidence to prove otherwise here. It's completely possible. We have no evidence to prove otherwise here. And it could inform certain aspects. Maybe Umi thinks there is some relation between him and Kazuya. Maybe Umi is trying to relate to Kazuya, and then Kazuya just thinks there's a whole gap between them when Umi thinks there isn't. Because what is a big thing that's been happening in the story right now? Misunderstandings. A whole big thing is misunderstandings. Characters thinking they're on the same wavelengths when they are completely different fucking wavelengths. Case in point, Minnie. Minnie shows up to Kazuya's house. She gives Kazuya the impression that they're thinking the same exact thing when they're not. Umi is able to discern that Kazuya and Chizuru kissed. But he's not able to recognize that maybe Kazuya and him may have different viewpoints on certain aspects. That maybe Chizuru isn't so strange, you know? Because Kazuya, what happens initially? When Kazuya tells him, yeah, we did kiss, she's like, huh, you kissed and you're not dating? That sounds very strange. Kazuya's like, I agree. So literally, you're seeing how Umi and Kazuya are actually on similar wavelengths, but at the same time, there are things that they're not on the same wavelengths with. Where Kazuya doesn't recognize what Umi is talking about is like, might be because it's relevant to what Kazuya just experienced. I don't know if Sumi loves Kazuya, or is that more like a kind of respect or admiration? Sumi, what she represents is a few layered things. We talked about this briefly. Next chapter's teaser is a worthy man. Sumi's the only person who heard from Chizuru that Chizuru views Kazuya as dependable. So Kazuya's perception of himself that he needs to become a worthy man is bullshit. Chizuru already views him as dependable. Two, Sumi is another issue with Kazuya. Sumi represses her feelings for Kazuya and doesn't tell him how she feels. And she kind of just makes big gesture moments that tend to happen like for his birthday. Something Chizuru hasn't done yet. Sumi is also a representation of another issue. A lot of people are like, Sumi is a better ship than Chizuru. And that is something that's also going to need to be addressed. This idea of like, why is all these perceptions happening? So Sumi, what she's going to do is she's going to act as the shattering of certain perspectives. And I think Sumi, this character who usually represents innocence within the narrative, might actually introduce messiness into the narrative. And I think that's definitely going to happen. So Sumi clearly feels love for Kazuya, but there's an issue. Sumi is a mirror to Umi in some regards because Sumi only sees the best parts of Kazuya. Just as to Umi, Chizuru is perfect and has no cracks. She shows no cracks. She's perfection. But she's weird. It's the same thing. Umi and Sumi are like reflections of each other, just in different regards. They're like Umi represents selfish love, Sumi represents selfless love. Again, there's more to Umi, but I think that's a good thing to recognize that like Reiji did this. So there's another chapter where Reiji did this thing where you're left with this cliffhanger. You think the cliffhanger is not going to connect whatsoever. It comes back later, but it is relevant to what you're experiencing. What do I mean by this? Chapter 393 is a fantastic example of this. So, chapter 392, how does chapter 392 end? Chapter 392 ends with Chizuru texting Umi and saying, "Do you have a moment? I'd like to talk." You go to the next chapter, has nothing to do with that. Instead, how does it start? With Kazuya having a dream and Chizuru kissing Kazuya. Okay, so it seems like these two things are not related whatsoever. It's like Reiji just left a cliffhanger and then he fucking ignored it. In reality, these are connected. Why does Chizuru go to Umi? Because of the kiss she had with Kazuya, because of the desire that she feels for Kazuya. She knows that desire is connected to love, and she knows she can fall in love with Kazuya. That's why she goes to Umi to confront him. What is Kazuya not doing here? Not talking to Chizuru. Inaction. You're being paralleled with two different things. Chizuru's action versus Kazuya's inaction, and both of them are fundamentally connected to desire. Both Kazuya and Chizuru feel the same exact desire. These are connected. They just look like they're not connected. This is relevant to the cliffhanger. It just looks like it's not relevant to the cliffhanger. How does this chapter end? It leaves you with a cliffhanger. Mommy. Why is this relevant? Umi is a byproduct of Chizuru's choices. Chizuru, as a byproduct of the choices she made, ultimately led her to Umi. Chizuru is choosing to go to meet with Umi in order to reject him. Kazuya, in contrast, as a byproduct of his inaction of choosing not to do something, is on a collision course with Mommy. Pun intended, because they're going to driving school. These two things are paralleled. Then you jump to the next chapter, and we get straight into the Umi thing. You jump to the next chapter, and we get straight into the Umi thing. We don't start with the Umi thing, we start with Kazuya. So these things are connected. The Ruka thing is going to come back. How? I don't know. The Ruka thing is going to come back. But there is an inherent connection right away from the get-go that, just like last chapter, is anchored around Chizuru, but it doesn't look like it. This chapter too is anchored around Chizuru, but in this case, it might have the subtext of Ruka. That Umi seeing Kazuya with Ruka is very much relevant to this, right? Umi seeing Kazuya with Ruka might be relevant to this, and he might think Kazuya understands because he has these girls clinging on to him. And Ruka is seemingly telling Kazuya she loves him, and she's like grabbing his arm, so maybe Kazuya might understand. And the biggest thing is, in this entire time, we've yet to hear what Umi thinks. And what I mean is, we've yet to hear his actual literal thoughts. That's like never happened. We don't hear Umi's thoughts. We don't know what he's actually literally thinking. We only know what he tells us. And that is important. We don't hear his thoughts. We don't know what is going on with this dude. Umi decided to let Kazuya know he was rejected in the end. He even told him that Chizuru said she might be in love. No underhanded methods. That was honest. He originally came to see if he still had a chance, but he decided that he didn't and that it wasn't worth holding on. Pretty much the opposite of Ruka in that situation. Again, it's presented as the opposite of Ruka, but there is an inherent similarity between the two. There is a fundamentally inherent similarity between the two. It is presented as the opposite of Ruka, intentionally so. But maybe that also stems from the fact that Chizuru outright rejected him. So this tells you something important too. Kazuya, in not outright rejecting Ruka and shutting her down and not letting him, literally, what does Umi describe here, right? Umi describes how like these girls touch him, they interact with him, they say cute and all that stuff. So Kazuya is giving Ruka a false sense of hope because she can touch him, she can interact with him. Kazuya isn't shutting her down properly. So there is also another parallel to that, where how Kazuya is handling the Ruka situation is Completely different from how Chizuru is handling the Ruka situation, right? There seems to be and that's probably what Umi relates to, is this like false sense of hope that like maybe Kazuya feels like there's something, he feels like maybe there's a similarity between him and Kazuya. So there is absolutely stuff going on here that's totally relevant. No, there is a connection between last chapter and this chapter. It just doesn't look like it. Okay, so I'm going to pull up what a Japanese fan wrote. And this also explains certain things, like why Umi doesn't think Kazuya changing his hair is a big deal. Because to Umi, it's just superficial stuff. He doesn't fucking care. He's seen the superficial stuff regularly. Fee for renting Kazuya, 320 yen. This is incredibly fun to me. It is so symbolic for Kazuya not valuing himself, that this is what he thinks he is worth. Is it? Let's read that really quick. Okay. Let me handle the bill, thanks, since I'm the one who asked you here. Fee for renting Kazuya, 1 drink for 320 yen. $3.2. Oh, it's not $3, it's like $2 something. No, I don't think this is no. This is not Kazuya's POV. This is not framed from Kazuya's POV. See, that's a bit fishing. That's a bit fishing. This is not framed from Kazuya's POV. It is written as if it's just a fact, but intentionally framed like renting. Because the whole idea is that, you know, Kazuya, it's more so like Reiji, like, hey, Kazuya doesn't cost as much. You know, Kazuya was rented ever so briefly. He doesn't cost as much. But Umi did go to Kazuya's workplace and, you know, pay for a room and then pay for a drink. So at the moment here, it appears like this is what it's worth, but maybe it's worth more. But this is more so a nod to renting, but just Kazuya being rented. But this is also important too, because Sumi comes back and we're reintroducing renting into the picture, right? We're reintroducing renting into the picture. So Kazuya being rented is a mirror to how Sumi's going to come back, and we're going to reintroduce rental into the picture. So it's almost nodding to it. It's almost alluding to it. Hey, we're going to come back to rental. Sumi's going to come back. But it's going to be interesting if Sumi is going to meet Kazuya through rental, or if she's going to just meet him as friends. I think that could really set the tone of what ends up happening. How is Sumi going to meet Kazuya? She doesn't have his contact info. She could get it from Chizuru. She could ask Chizuru to be like, hey, can I get Kazuya's contact info? I'd like to meet him. You know, just to give him a birthday present. That would be fascinating. Because Sumi can only contact Kazuya through that. She doesn't have his contact info. So I'm curious. I'm curious. Is there some way to do it from her end on rental? You know? We don't really know. So that's got me really fascinated. How is Sumi going to contact Kazuya? I don't know if it's going to happen right away. I don't think the chapter will immediately get into it. I think it's going to be later into the chapter, where initially it's going to be like Kazuya thinking about what just happened with Umi. He's going to daydream a little bit. And then Sumi is going to act as a subversion to the daydreaming. Whatever dream or fantasy Kazuya is going to have next chapter, as a byproduct of what Umi said, Sumi's going to act as a subversion of that and kind of exploring that idea, especially considering Sumi is supposed to be the character who hits at the core of the issues. So Sumi being reintroduced in that regard is going to be quite relevant, I think. Okay. Oh yeah, we were going to read what the Japanese fan wrote. So Come on. This is from this Japanese fan. This is their they have like a little blog. We're gonna translate it and we're gonna read it. Family restaurant, fronts piece, river, and Chizuru. Chizuru's name literally means 1,000 paper cranes in one current. It began, nice guy, love rival. How have you been? Progress, kissing and stuff. Well, mysterious girl, most girls, too popular. Got it. End question mark. Libra got dumped, giving up. I'm rooting for you. Yeah. Okay, let's get rid of these. Chizuru with that great smile. Seriously, what's up with that? Classic paranoia, lol. The date we made plans for is really acting like Kazuya's mental stabilizer, huh? He seems like that on the surface, but what is he really like? Not Kazuya, but Tiger Kazuya. Right? It's like Reiji wants you to think about the Tiger's Den. It's like Reiji wants you to think about the Tiger's Den. What did you see in the Tiger's Den? There were all these girls hanging out around Umi and stuff. Yeah, it's supposed to be futsal. It's not soccer. Futsal is like indoor soccer, and it's different. She showed up for a sponsor. Was there a sponsor? Or did Umi sponsor her? There might be like a little details here that are hidden in plain sight. What do you mean she showed up for a sponsor? Hey, Crumpy, I might have something else I want you to check. Pull up Crumpy. Okay, back to where we're reading. Come on, come on, come on, come on, work. There you go. He showed up out of nowhere. That's a tough question to answer. He's already spilling the beans about futsal. Kazuya doesn't seem to have anything else to do. He talks about the time quite a bit, huh? He's definitely probing. Oh, he said it. Well, he wouldn't show that side to Umi-kun or anyone else, right? Is this the flow for a counterattack turn? Is this him trying to get the upper hand? Well, maybe it's been too easy for him until now, so he didn't know what failure was. Is this the first time we've seen a deformed Umi-kun? Oh, they're referring to this. Okay. That's pretty deflated. That's a pretty deflated way to wrap things up. Seriously, what break did he come in during? Rental Kazuya's first day on the job. He ordered something, but he's at the drink bar. I can't see his true intentions. Right? See it's not just me. It's not just me. You're not seeing the full picture. Oh, there's more. He's spilling the beans again. Hey, you're telling him everything. The fact that he sees Chizuru as this perfect, flawless girl shows a huge gap between him and Kazuya. But also a similarity because Kazuya doesn't deny any of this. Kazuya also sees her as somewhat perfect. Well, in a way, Umi-kun only ever showed the public version of only ever showed the public version of Chizuru. So Kazuya knowing the real Chizuru puts him at a big advantage. Oh, it puts Umi at a disadvantage, but Kazuya at an advantage. Really? Seriously? I still can't help but feel like there's more to it, lol. I wonder if Kazuya is feeling the same way. When he confessed before, he seemed to be hinting at something like, give me a chance to figure out when to back off. So in that sense, maybe he's made up his mind now. If he pulls back here, sure, it'd be like defeating a strong opponent, but it might also make it seem like his feelings for Chizuru were only that deep, making Umi-kun look shallow. Right? Umi does appear quite shallow here. Right? Umi comes off as incredibly shallow in this chapter, and yet there is a hidden perceptiveness to him that doesn't feel shallow at all. His observation of people is shallow. His observation of Chizuru almost comes off as shallow. But there's a genuineness to him that feels that contrasts that. This chapter almost leverages this contrast between shallowness and so okay, what this chapter does, this is how I'm perceiving the chapter so far. This chapter takes last chapter's theme, which is a lack of context, and uses that as its like immediate leverage. Its immediate leverage is that. Then it starts using that but twisting it in some ways. In particular, it uses our own lack of context to introduce two contrasting things. What Umi says comes off as incredibly shallow. What Umi says comes off as incredibly shallow at times. He seems shallow even, and it's really weird. Even Kazuya is like, this dude doesn't know what the fuck he has. He sounds like a rich person. It's really weird. In contrast to that, there is a perceptiveness to Umi that is not shallow at all. There is a kind of perceptiveness to him that almost pierces through all of the veils. Like the dude has like the dude like has a guard break move. He has like a barrier break move. And that what that does is create contrast. This contrast between the shallowness of how Umi appears and the genuineness of what he's saying creates this like almost incomplete picture where how Umi presents himself appears almost shallow, but maybe he isn't. And it's almost similar to how when Chizuru was talking, like the way he's talking about certain things reminds me a lot of this particular thing from the date with Chizuru. Let me show you what I mean. Literally, it's the way he's talking is almost identical to Chizuru. It's almost like he understands her POV. It's almost like he understands her POV and he doesn't realize it. Or maybe he does. Maybe he does. But let me show you what I'm talking about. So first off, let's go to chapter. No, actually, I know which one it is. I know what it is. It's only one chapter. We don't need multiple. Okay, no, not here. My bad. 370. It's 370. Okay, Chizuru comes back. Kazuya keeps looking at her. Kazuya thinks of Umi, and Umi in Kazuya's head calls her cute. Again, what Kazuya is doing here is kind of shallow. Chizuru says, do I look weird? He's like, not at all, definitely not. And he tells her, well, I was just thinking you're cute. I said it. He imagines Minnie cheering him on. Look at Chizuru's face. Do you say that kind of stuff to Ruka-chan too? I'm not saying that I dislike it or anything. Ruka-chan is cute and you were together for a year and a half. It's only natural. It's shallow. I mean, I guess you could say that I do. Everyone looks to the boyfriend to shower his girlfriend with compliments all the time, as if nothing else matters as long as the girl is loved. That's what society seems to think, but I hate that. Huh? Don't you think so? Someone is loved because someone is there to love them. If love is something meant to be built, then it's not fair unless both sides work on it together, right? I don't know what love is, but the only people who have the right to be loved are those capable of giving love themselves. I'd rather be someone who can give lots of love than someone who takes all of it. Okay, let's go to Umi. What does Umi say? Umi starts deconstructing his own experiences. He starts talking about how most girls do go out with me when I ask. After meeting them up to 2 to 3 times, things naturally go in a more romantic direction quite often. Now that I think about it, after exchanging contact info, they usually ask me out. Whenever I call them cute, they seem pretty taken with it. We'd go to a private bar and get drunk in no time. They usually say they love me. She's so strange. Right? He's literally, they're talking about like inverted things, where the experiences that they're feeling is almost similar, but from different ends. And I think the reason Chizuru has such a slightly different experience from Umi is because of rental. And rental helps her find the true value of what real love is. And this is something she talks about in Cheating. So when talking about cheating, Kazuya asks her, what do you consider cheating? She's like, I don't really know. I mean, I wouldn't like the person I love to kiss someone else, but what if it's 2 actors who play a couple? The kissing scene wouldn't count as cheating, would it? In that case, the action itself isn't really the problem. The same can probably be said for sex workers. Not even sex would count in that case. But that's for sex workers. But if you love the person you do it with even a little bit, then that's when I consider it cheating. I've been thinking about it a lot. Where's the line drawn between rental girlfriend and a real girlfriend? I receive money, go on dates, and hold hands. That's who I am. It's all platonic through Diamond, but sometimes I even whisper sweet nothings to them. But never once have I fallen in love with a client. When I talk about quitting my job as a rental girlfriend, it wouldn't be for my boyfriend, it would be for my clients. I could never be their girlfriend because I already have someone I love. That's why I'm here today, so I could learn how to describe what it is that I'm feeling. I know that's lame, sorry. There is a connection here. There's a connection here in what Umi is describing, which appears really shallow, but what he's noticing is shallow. What he's describing isn't necessarily shallow. You know, he's like, I've been in a whole bunch of relationships. Over time, it gets romantic, and then just, you know, you get a romantic, and I just don't get it. And they always tell me they love me and shit. And it's like, well, that never fucking happened. But there's also things that you're not adding up. It's like, okay, but you never went on a date with Chizuru. That didn't happen, right? He's never been on a date with Chizuru. He went on one date, quote unquote, but she rejected him. There was that outing, and then he went to her house, but was there something else going on that we don't know about? See how it leads you to think, okay, maybe there's something else going on. See how it leads you into thinking there's something else going on. You know, you're not getting the full picture. You're not getting the full picture. Something is not quite right here. It's like, okay, but none of those things happened, you know? Most girls that I go out at when I ask them after meeting up to, most girls I go out with when I ask, okay? Most girls go out with me when I ask. Chizuru didn't go out with him when he asked. After meeting up 2 to 3 times, things naturally go in a more romantic direction quite often. Now, think about it. After exchanging contact info, they usually ask me out. Okay, so now he gets into contact info. He's exchanged contact info with Chizuru. She never asked him out. The one time she asked him out, she fucking rejected him. Let's get into it a little more. Whenever I call them cute, they seem pretty taken with it. It's like a magic spell, right? He literally says they're spellbound. It's like a magic spell, which is literally what Minnie describes. Minnie describes it like you know, cute is like a magic spell that when it's like a magic word that you use, and when you do it, it makes people fall in love with you. That's literally what she says when they're practicing, when they're out practicing. Like, that's straight up what Minnie fucking says. Let me find it. Where is it? If it's obvious flattery, it's better than not saying it at all. Seriously, wouldn't it come off kind of weird to call her cute easily? I mean, Mizora is going to look cute on the date, but it makes me feel way more embarrassed to know that I'm going to say it. No, where does she say it? When a girl comes back from the restroom, you're supposed to tell her she's cute. Girls always fix their makeup when they go to the restroom on the date. For a girl, hearing those words makes all her efforts worth it. But she said she didn't like that stuff back at the sales event. Where's the part where she says it? She says it's like a magic word. Where is it? How do you say it matters? There it is. You're cute is like a magic spell that gets them thinking about you for girls. Whether or not you throw that in at first will determine the effectiveness of all your follow-ups. What does Umi say? Whenever I call them cute, in Japanese, he specifically says it's like they're spellbound. And Minnie literally says it's like a magic spell. And then we go to a private bar and get drunk in no time. This gets into another thing. Umi's called Chizuru cute a whole bunch of fucking times. It's done jack shit. She literally doesn't fucking react to him. It doesn't matter to her. They usually say they love me, the girls. Chizuru's never fucking said that to him. So literally every single thing he said is like, okay, that didn't happen. You have context for every single thing he's described. You have context for literally every single thing he's described, right? Most girls go out with me when I ask. Umi asked her out. She didn't go out with him. Now that I think about it, after exchanging contact info, they usually ask me out. That they exchange contact info, didn't ask him out. In fact, she asked him out to reject him. Whenever I call them cute, they seem it's like a magic spell. And then we go to a bar and get drunk together. Also did not happen. Finally, they usually say they love me. That also didn't happen. How weird. She literally doesn't follow the norm. How weird. Usually that's how it goes. I wonder why it didn't happen like that. So again, that makes Umi come off as unfathomably fucking shallow. It's like, okay, so you can recognize what you're experiencing is shallow or weird. But just because Chizuru doesn't align with that, suddenly it's strange. I get it now. I guess I should get going. We don't get what he got. Besides the fact that he's got rejected, like it's over. He has no chance in hell. But I don't feel like I can relate to him on even one single thing, right? Maybe when Umi says this, he thinks Kazuya might relate. Maybe when Umi says this, he thinks Kazuya might relate. But Kazuya doesn't relate at all. And I think this could actually highlight something kind of different. Maybe Umi has a misread on Kazuya. Maybe Umi might be misreading Kazuya a little bit. I think that's totally possible. There's a possibility that Umi might be misreading Kazuya here. I think that's completely fucking possible. That Umi's somewhat misreading Kazuya and in turn misunderstanding Kazuya. I think that's a real possibility. Now, of course, the Ruka thing is going to come back. I'm sure of it. The Ruka thing is going to come back. I don't know how, but it's going to come back. Let's keep going with what this user was saying. Let's see. I still can't feel like there's more to it. I wonder if Kazuya is feeling the same way. When he confessed before, he seemed to be hinting at something like, give me a chance to figure out when to back off. Yeah, Umi even says that. He's right. Let's go. If you remember, in chapter 290, chapter 289, Umi confesses to Chizuru, and he can tell, I don't think I'm ready to hear your answer. I'd also like a little more time to keep loving you while I still can. Pretty lame of me, huh? To put it off like this when I feel like the odds are against me. He already knows he's gonna fucking lose. Like, there's nothing here for him. He already knows this isn't gonna work out. But that's just how much you mean to me, Chizuru-chan. And it's like, weird? What's going on? He already gave the impression that, like, things are going to work out. in a sense, maybe he's made up his mind now. If he pulls back here, sure, it'd be like defeating a strong opponent, but it might also make it seem like Umi's feelings for Chizuru were only that deep, making Umi look more shallow. It'd be interesting if he resisted a bit more, but given how flustered he is this time, it probably can't even muster the guts to go in for a messy confrontation. It almost looks like Umi didn't actually love Chizuru. It almost looks like Umi didn't actually love Chizuru. Still, Chizuru had everything from that time exposed, lol. Well, but with these two, unless someone steps in between them, it feels like things could go well, but just won't. I don't think that's true. I disagree. That's the intention you're kind of given. It's like, oh, it feels like someone has to constantly interfere. And so that is what Mini is. That is what Mini is. Mini is basically functioning around the idea that you as the readers have this impression that Kazuya and Chizuru won't work out unless someone gets in the way and makes them work. Which in itself is fucking stupid. What Mini doesn't realize, and what you as the reader don't realize, is that in trying to constantly get between them to make them fucking work, like when trying to pull them together so much, you're actually making it worse, which is exactly what Mini did. That's 100% literally what Mini did. In trying to push them together so goddamn hard, she actually made them separate. And that's basically what Reiji is kind of doing here, is like, you think, oh, this is gonna, this needed to happen to get them like closer, and because it doesn't feel like they'll get closer without like someone interfering and saying and doing all this shit. In reality, I think this is actually gonna fuel more of the conflict in the future. So is Reiji leveraging that fact now? Absolutely. Absolutely. He has been doing it since the 3 months. In the 3 months, they didn't talk unless Mini interfered, right? In the 3 months, they didn't talk unless Mini interfered, right? And what does Mini proceed to do afterwards? Constantly, actively push them together. Because you keep constantly getting the impression they're not going to do anything. They're not going to do anything. They need someone to fucking push them together. They're not going to do anything. And then Mini gets them to fucking live together, apparently so. Mini constantly keeps pushing them. She does all these games. She does all these things to constantly push them together. She tries to do that in the date. And then finally, she does it one last time when she goes to confront Chizuru to go and talk to Kazuya. And you're constantly being given the impression that neither character was going to do anything unless Mini did something. And that again happens here. That again is leveraged here, as this person points out. And this person making this analysis, Reiji's yet again leveraging that. It's like, okay, oh, they're not going to fucking do anything unless something happens. Yeah, you're constantly being given that impression that they're not going to do anything unless someone interferes, which is a terrible thing for our relationship, by the way. That you can't fucking talk to each other unless someone interferes. But in reality, there's a deeper issue that needs to be confronted and realized, and that it's Kazuya not getting this information. Reiji is leveraging this information on purpose. It's quite smart. Okay. For Kazuya, it's huge news. Umi-kun is effectively out of the picture. He's seriously trying to face himself. And then, right at the very end, Sumi-chan, after so long, it's been since Chizuru's birthday. So realistically, over 2 years ago. That long? Well, he can't just skip Kazuya's birthday, so it's about time. But how exactly will they arrange the plans? Sumi doesn't know Kazuya's house, and they've always just rented a place before anyways. They've always just rented each other before. Since Kazuya was at Chizuru's place for her birthday, maybe they'll go there first. Then Sumi-chan gets told he moved out already and is totally shocked. I could totally picture that part. But Sumi won't just go unannounced. She'll text Chizuru, and then she'll find out Kazuya moved. Which could be relevant. Which could be relevant to something kind of important. Shit. I had something good. Fuck. Give me a sec. Sumi-chan gets told he moved out and is totally shocked. I can totally picture that part. I remembered. Sumi asking where Kazuya is could be Chizuru figuring out where Kazuya lives. Boom. Sumi tries to meet up with Kazuya. Kazuya no longer lives in Chizuru's house. That could be acting as leverage for Chizuru not knowing where Kazuya lives. Could. Not necessarily will, but could. Because Sumi doesn't know where Kazuya lives, so she needs Chizuru. Sumi fundamentally needs Chizuru to contact Kazuya. Sumi fundamentally needs Chizuru to contact Kazuya. She can't contact Kazuya on her own because she doesn't have his info, which in of itself highlights a big problem with Sumi. Sumi doesn't even get Kazuya's info. Sumi literally has no fucking way to contact him. She needs Chizuru. She literally needs Chizuru in order to contact him. She can't fucking do it on her own because Sumi never went out of her way to get Kazuya's contact info or actually properly get close to him. Sumi never properly got close to him. Hey, dude, just came here to say that you were right about Umi-kun. We were expecting shady Umi, but turns out we were wrong. You were right. So far, Umi sounds like a nice guy. We fell for the misdirection by Reiji. There's still some things that I think Reiji is leveraging, as I've talked about a little bit here. In particular, Umi is intentionally presented to you as somewhat shallow. But then there's this contrast where there's like this what is it? Pierce, like it's like he can pierce the veil and see past everything. Like he can just tell Kazuya and Chizuru kissed. Which is really weird. There's this constant like contrast in Umi's character between shallow and unfathomably deep. And that's really interesting. I think there's still more to Umi. I still think there's more to Umi. Umi is a character who I don't think we've seen the full picture from, and there is still a decent more to his character that we don't know. I'm not saying Umi is like some perfect guy. Umi is still a little sus. I've always said Umi's a tad bit sus. He schemes. He does things. He's not a perfect character, and that's what makes him human. But he isn't necessarily like a horrendous person like people love to frame him as. He's not. Because we've seen him literally just always maintain distance from Chizuru. Like he never touches her without consent. He literally never fucking engages with her without consent. He constantly like tries to keep a modicum of a distance with Chizuru. He doesn't like cross lines. Chizuru still interacts with him. Chizuru still talks to him. So things with Umi just don't add up. And that's why I was saying like I don't think Umi's what you think he is. But there is a presentation of Umi that seems all too familiar, intentionally so. Let's keep going. Since Kazuya was at Chizuru's place, okay, so we already read this. What I'm curious about is whether Chizuru tells Sumi-chan where Kazuya lives, or if she asked Chizuru to contact him. Yeah. I could see Chizuru contacting Kazuya because Sumi asked her to. Because Sumi thinks they're together. So Sumi may not even find out that he moved out. There's a chance Sumi may not even find out that Kazuya moved out. She'll just text Chizuru to contact Kazuya. And then she'll get in. She might find out. There's probably still a way to find out because she'll be like, okay, well, I can't just go to Chizuru's house to meet him. I got to contact him somehow. So Sumi's going to need Chizuru to contact Kazuya. And Chizuru contacting Kazuya will be really interesting right after Kazuya just experienced what he experienced with Umi. You know? So things are clicking. You know, and isn't it weird that Chizuru might end up contacting Kazuya right after he meets up with Umi? What are the odds? Right? And Kazuya's like, whoa, what just happened? What was that about? And then it just turns out it's Sumi. Anyways. The preview title is The Right Man. With this incident, has Kazuya regained his motivation and entered the try-hard mode again? Will it be another driving school arc or job hunting arc? Nothing else can be done immediately. Sumi first needs to secure the promise, so that might be a bit further off. If it's the driving school arc, we'll likely see more interactions with Mami-chan, but we'll see. So the meeting at the family restaurant, I wonder what it would be about, but they jumped right into the main topic. They talked about the futsal thing, then mentioned the kiss, and it just ended there. On the way out, more revelations and a declaration of defeat. Will he really be defeated? Will he launch a new strategy? Will Sumi-chan meet Kazuya? These are intriguing points, but let's push through another week. Yeah, there are things that we're just not seeing that are being left in plain sight. We didn't get the full picture with Umi. Please understand, we absolutely did not get the full picture with Umi, okay? I am sure of this. Okay. The futsal is probably organized by the acting company or something. I don't know. Oh. Sponsorship conducted under one auspicious promotion organizing organ. Okay. That makes some sense because so many actors were there. That makes some sense because so many actors were there. So it's totally possible that the futsal thing was set up under a whole bunch of actors. Moreover, Chizuru didn't wish Kazuya a happy birthday. So maybe Sumi meeting Chizuru would give Chizuru an opportunity to wish Kazuya a happy birthday. And that's weird. You know, you gotta wonder why. Again, for everything you're being introduced to, there is more mystery. For every answer you get, there is more mystery. Every single answer you get, there's another mystery. Did Chizuru really not wish Kazuya a happy birthday? Isn't that weird? That's really weird. Why would Chizuru not do that? That seems very counter to her character. That doesn't really add up. Just as there are parts of Umi that don't add up. You know, Umi is on one hand an incredibly perceptive character. He can tell when Chizuru is in love with Kazuya just by looking at her. He can pierce through the veil and immediately tell Kazuya and Chizuru kissed. He literally asked that question right away. He can perceptively tell like something is weird with Chizuru. But for some reason, when it comes to love, he's unfathomably shallow. And his perception of the people around him. He's just describing all these other people that have nothing to do with Chizuru. And that should tell you something. That should highlight something to you that like, okay, there's some missing the picture does not click together completely. We're seeing half the picture. Even now, we are still seeing only half the picture. We're not seeing the full picture. Yeah. Okay. Let's go to Reddit. I'm gonna eat something. I'm getting a little hungry. I'm gonna eat something. How could Sumi know Chizuru didn't wish Kazuya a happy birthday? How could she know? There's no way of knowing. Now, Chizuru may say happy birthday to Kazuya when she texts him. There you go. Right? That could happen. Maybe Chizuru forgot about that. But like Chizuru was so caught up in these feelings, she forgot about that. Boom. And Sumi reminds her of that. That could happen. Right? So suddenly you might get some context as to why Chizuru didn't wish Kazuya a happy birthday. Because she was so caught up in these feelings that she actually lost track. Could totally be possible. Or maybe she already did, and you don't know. God, the Sumi fans are fucking losing it. Oh my god. Who could have thought Umi was better than Kibe? Oh my god, people are like immediately like just trying to I'm not even sure of him. I'm not even 100% sure of him even now. There's a reason he asked about the kiss. He was trying to know for how far they went. And that question about why they're not dating. And of course, he saw Ruka clinging to him. For now, he passes the vibe check, but I'm still keeping an eye on him. Thank you. You don't know. You don't fucking know, dude. You don't have clarity on what the fuck Umi's deal is. On one hand, he's unfathomably perceptive. On the other, he almost appears shallow. You don't fucking know. Umi just passed the vibe check. But you're missing information, dude. Did Rika find out that she lost Kazuya to Chizuru? No. Did you read the chapter? Did you read the chapter? I don't think you did. Yeah, fair enough. I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. Either he's genuinely a good dude, or he turns out to be just another snake like Mommy. Even Mommy isn't just an outright snake. Let's see. I think Reiji never knew what to do with Umi. No, okay, I'm not gonna get into this. No, Reiji knows exactly what he's doing with Umi. Umi's a good contrast for Kazuya. He's good-looking, charming, sly, the opposite of Kazuya, and someone he's constantly compares to. Kazuya learning that he has to be himself and that Chizuru wants him and not someone like Umi would be a huge development for him. Kazuya not there yet, unfortunately, but things are getting better. A good contrast to Kazuya's self-perception. What we see is usually his perspective, which is riddled with self-doubt. But whenever we get a glimpse of how others see Kazuya, usually Chizuru, we see him as handsome and charming. And judging by the number of knockout girls getting hung up on that guy, it's not just Chizuru who sees him that way. Honestly, it's one of the biggest subtextual themes of the story, with a lot of storylines revolving around the difference between appearance and reality and subjective experiences. Damn, dude, good cooking. Damn, dude, good cooking. Umi is not even the top 5 shittiest people in the manga, even with this chapter. So I'ma just completely disagree with this list. Mommy's at the top. And understand, Mommy's my third favorite character, and Mommy's at the top. I can just fucking say that. Actually, correction. Mommy's dad. Mommy's dad. Maybe Mommy. And then, like, you know, a massive gap. A gap so unfathomably large, it's not even the fucking same. And then maybe, like, Ruka and Kazuya's grandma and Kibe. And dude, this thing about the fucking ghosting needs to fucking go. People are so caught up about the goddamn ghosting, they refuse to see how Kazuya was the one who fucking made it 3 months. Like, I'm sorry. I'm so fucking tired of people blaming Chizuru for the 3-month time skip when Kazuya was clearly partially at fault. Kazuya was absolutely partially at fault. Like, let's not fucking kid ourselves. Okay? Let's not fucking kid ourselves. Kazuya was absolutely partially at fucking fault for the ghosting. It's totally partially his fault. It's not just Chizuru. Kazuya saw all the signs as to why Chizuru would feel insecure and then chose not to fucking talk to her. He chose to do it in the stupidest fucking way possible, even though he saw all the signs of what might be fucking bothering her. Like, come on. Get out of here. After chapter 409, this turns to be the Rent-a-Kazuya. That's actually been happening for a while. Minnie's been renting Kazuya for a little bit. Okay. I decided not to read spoilers this week, and I'm so fucking happy I didn't. Hey, good for you, man. Let's go Team Umi, maybe an okay guy. Anyway, great chapter. So excited for the return of Sumi. I hope she helps Kazuya get his head on straight. I'm excited to see what she thinks about his hair. Chizuru will be the last one to see Kazuya's hair. Umi, okay, well, almost everybody in this manga is normal. Almost everyone in the manga is normal. Kazuya didn't ring the door before the ghosting. He did ring the door. He didn't know if she was there. Every single interaction Kazuya had with Chizuru, he didn't know for a fact, like, what was going on. So he rings the doorbell twice. He doesn't know if she's there. He has no evidence if she's there or not. We know. We as the readers know, but he doesn't know. He texts her once about a coupon, and she sees that and doesn't respond. And then he proceeds to try to rent her a whole bunch of times after what happened in Hawaiians, where the entire fucking point of Hawaiians was that Chizuru was taking his money. So why do you think Chizuru would never agree to rental? Gee, I fucking wonder why Chizuru would never agree to rental after what happened in Hawaiians. Kazuya sees Ruka push Chizuru away and tell her she's a bad person. And he never once considers how Chizuru might be blaming herself for everything, and that what she needs right now isn't for him to be like, I'm at fault, but rather just for someone to fucking talk to her and tell her, hey, is everything okay? He doesn't text her and engage with her like a normal fucking person. He goes in all the roundabout ways for a very simple reason. Kazuya is afraid she hates him. He is afraid of rejection. He is utterly fucking terrified of being rejected again. He doesn't realize that the rejection that happened in Hawaiians was, just like the 3-month time skip, partially his fault. How do we know this for a fact? Chizuru is the one who ran away when Kazuya was confronting him. When Kazuya was confronting her. Absolutely. Chizuru totally ran away. She shouldn't have done that. Kazuya also fucked up. How? Chizuru literally, conveyed to him, showed him, she was being cornered. And Kazuya is constantly trying to corner her more by confessing, instead of just fucking talking to her. And the reason Kazuya does this, he is too caught up in his guilt. He feels unfathomable guilt because of his family and the people around him, and he lost himself in that. He needed the confession to work. Kazuya needed the confession to work. It wasn't even about confessing at that point. He just needed this fucking confession to goddamn work. And that is the problem. He's not talking to her. Now, Chizuru actually addresses what she fucking did. Chizuru addresses her half. Yes, Chizuru was running away. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-rootly. She was running away. She was running away, and she needed to realize she needed to do something because Kazuya wasn't going to be able to do it. Chizuru steps up. She takes consequences for, she steps up, she takes responsibility for her actions. She's like, yep, it's my fault, I fucked up, it's my fault, I fucked up. Chizuru, out of every single character, is the only one who's actually taken fucking responsibility for her actions. The only one. She steps up, she says sorry, she gives him a gift, and she actively tries to meet him after this point. She tells the people around her that she lied, she opens up about what's going on, but here's the thing, this is where we start introducing Kazuya's fucking problems. Chizuru is alone. She needs someone to fucking talk to about this, and Kazuya isn't helping her reconnect with the family because they're his family. She's not helping her reconnect with the family and feel like she can talk to them. Instead, he's so caught up in this fear of rejection that Chizuru's not going to like him that he doesn't realize this. Now, for a period, it's kind of like, okay, I somewhat understand where Kazuya is coming from. He's traumatized. He's going through some shit. It's kind of okay for a little bit. Kazuya needs some time to himself to kind of put himself back together. Chizuru blames herself for what's going on with Kazuya, so she actively takes the active role in making the movements. She gets him to live with her. She actively talks to him. She makes sure he's okay. She's making sure he's emotionally in a good place. Whenever he drifts off into his own head and he starts feeling sad, she brings him back. She asks him to hang out with her. They go out. They go shopping together. They eat together. They go get food together. They eat dinner together. They make a living area together. She actively puts the effort in to build a proper relationship with him. She even tells him don't lie. She invites him to things. Eventually, she literally invites him to a date when Umi visits. So she does all these things of working her fucking best to repair the relationship. Eventually, Kazuya feels a little bit of ability to confront some of his issues. And he does this by asking Chizuru out on a date, but not by extending the time they have together. He clearly needs more time to deal with some of his fucking problems. But he doesn't do that. Instead, he makes a time limit. He does the fucking opposite. So he puts Chizuru under more stress. She is put under a time limit, and in this time limit, she has to somehow figure her fucking feelings out. Under this constraint, under this fucking time limit, Chizuru has to somehow figure her feelings out. Even though prior, Kazuya told her that there's no time limit. Just take your time, figure it out. But he's putting her under a time limit. Do you see the paradox? He tells her there's no time limit and then puts a fucking time limit. He literally puts a fucking time limit, and this proceeds to become a bigger issue as the story continues. What Reiji's trying to do now is highlight something very, very fucking important. Chizuru addressed what she fucking did. She's actively trying to communicate to him. She's actively trying to talk to him. He's the one still not talking to her because Kazuya has not come to terms with what he himself did. He has not actually truly taken responsibility for what he did in the 3-month time skip. This is all coming back to that. This is all coming back and deconstructing how their relationship, piece by piece, fell apart over this time, even though they were building something together solid, and why it fell apart. Why everything crumbled, and it's because Kazuya refused to address himself. Kazuya refused to recognize his own influence over the world around him. And the reason the relationship isn't working is because he's not addressing himself. He still doesn't recognize what he did in Hawaiians. He still doesn't know how he pushed her into a fucking corner. She recognizes what she did to him. He doesn't recognize what he did to her. And all of the blame is pushed onto Chizuru. So what does Reiji do? He's like, okay, I know people are actively blaming Chizuru. I know people's perceptions of Chizuru are super fucking skewed right now. Like the way they're looking at Chizuru right now is unfathomably fucking skewed. She is a villain in their eyes. A lot of people view Chizuru as nothing more than a villain. She's a horrible fucking person. So what does he do? He leverages this. He leverages this element and he's like, okay, I'll let Chizuru look like a villain to you. And slowly but surely, I'm going to start deconstructing Kazuya's character. And then you're going to realize the person you were fucking rooting for this entire time was the one fucking everything up. In reality, you were your own villains. You did this to yourself. While this girl was trying her fucking hardest to figure everything out, you spent this entire time wanting to blame her. You spent this entire time wanting to blame the person you claim to love. Just because they're not doing the right thing in your eyes. By your own perception, she's not doing the thing you want her to do, so you want to blame her. Except that's not love. Love isn't about being right. Love is not about being right. Love is about actually connecting and sharing with a person and trying to understand them. It's not about who's at fault and who's right and who's wrong. If you're picking that over actually talking to a person and connecting to them, you're not picking love. It's not about being right and wrong. It's about being willing to listen to each other and understand the other person and recognize yourself in the situation. That maybe, yeah. So let's say you get into an argument with someone. They're your significant other. You really care about them. And they're saying something stupid, you know? But have you considered that in the way that you choose to respond to them, you're actually being a dick and you're making it worse? Have you considered that for a second? So you want to tell them that they're wrong about what they're saying. You know, what they're saying is wrong. But have you considered how you choose to approach it might make you a dick and in turn make you just as wrong as them? Because you're not considering how you're being an asshole to them and in turn they won't listen to you. You're choosing to tell the truth in the most mean and cruel way possible to justify the fact that you're correct and that they're wrong. That's not love. Now, if you choose to talk to a person and you try to give them like logic and reasoning and you try to engage with them honestly and they still choose not to listen, well, that's a whole other fucking ball game. And that's not what happened with Chizuru. She has tried to talk to him constantly. He's the one who's choosing not to engage with her. He's the one who's choosing not to ask. Chizuru has no idea Kazuya knows about Umi. No fucking clue. Yet Kazuya assumes she just somehow fucking knows and would tell him. Dude, if she knew, she would tell you. She doesn't fucking know. How could she possibly fucking know? I also thought everything is Chizuru's fault until I found you. Thanks, dude. The manga feels different. Yeah, no, Reiji knows this. He is literally leveraging this. He's fucking aware. He knows. I'm just to tell you, like the reason I like came to this realization is like, Reiji used to do these like mini streams on his fan box, and at the time I was really confused about a very particular detail. Kazuya and Chizuru live right next to each other. How the fuck did they not interact with each other? And I asked him this. I'm like, okay, they live right next to each other. They're literally a door apart. How do they not interact? That's fucking impossible. And he's like, is it? And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, well, it's impossible unless you're both trying to avoid each other. And suddenly it clicked for me. I'm like, oh, Kazuya is avoiding Chizuru. And so is Chizuru avoiding him. They're both doing it. it's not just him. Oh, sorry, it's not just Chizuru. They're both doing it. He's also avoiding her. That's why they're not meeting. But that's the thing. Chizuru didn't go anywhere. That's the thing. Kazuya act like Chizuru went somewhere. She's literally next door. Case in point, Minnie resolves it in a single day. Minnie just shows up, runs into her, confronts her, and talks to her. Yet somehow, in 3 months, Kazuya couldn't do that. Isn't that weird? What I just described to you is literally what's been going on in the manga for like a good 200 plus chapters. I'm not even kidding. And Reiji's actively using that, but the difference is what Reiji's doing now is he's slowly but surely peeling back the curtain and showing you the truth. Slowly but surely, he's peeling back the curtain and starting to show you the truth. Be like, hey, this is what you chose to turn away from. Now he's starting to show you the full picture, and you're starting to get what's going on. What did I miss that made Grandma a villain? Oh, well, this person seems to think Grandma Nagomi is just some, like, big villain character just because of, like, how she reacted and how she treats Kazuya at times. I think he wrote it. Let's see what he wrote. Because they enabled and copied Nagomi's attitude of always constantly belittling Kazuya and any given occasion for all his life. Kazuya's dad seeing him exchanging money with Chizuru and immediately assuming he borrowed it from her. That's the thing. That doesn't make Nagomi a villain. Nagomi has an issue of perception, and she's starting to realize that. But Kazuya has to call his grandmother out, otherwise she doesn't know what she's doing. That's the thing about Nagomi. She doesn't know how her actions are actually hurting Kazuya, and yet in some ways she's correct. In some respects, Nagomi is correct. Case in point, what she said to Kazuya in chapter 399. I've been referencing this for a little while. What Nagomi tells Kazuya in 399 is absolutely fucking correct. You need to start taking initiative. Otherwise, job hunting is going to eat you alive. Kazuya is not taking initiative, okay? Nagomi is right in the advice that she gives. She's wrong in how harsh she is with Kazuya. However, Nagomi is starting to realize some of the negative influence she's had on Kazuya, and that's why she backs off. That's why I'm saying Nagomi isn't just a fucking villain. I don't think there's any true villain in this story. Like, Mommy does villainous things, but she's not a villain. Mommy's an antagonist, sure. She does villainous things, but she's not outright a villain. She's just a character who needs to recognize what she fucking did and confront herself. Let's see. First impressions. We do get a lot more details about Umi. I think we can safely say now that he's a playboy, but he seems genuinely confused by Chizuru, who doesn't want anything from him. The teaser, again, the idea of safely saying Umi is a playboy now isn't necessarily. This dude ain't wrong. If Kazuya had Sayuri in his life, he wouldn't have all the self-esteem issues. Not necessarily, no, because on one hand, Nagomi did empower Kazuya to actually be a good person. On the other hand, she has fueled his insecurities. Both are true. And yet, Chizuru has Sayuri, and yet Chizuru sure has a lot of self-esteem issues. It's almost like your point doesn't really make much sense. What Sayuri does and what Nagomi does is they act as counterpoints to each other. Whereas Nagomi with Kazuya was too harsh on him, Sayuri was the support he needed. Sayuri was the support he needed and the acceptance he needed. In contrast, Nagomi to Chizuru was essentially the friend she needed. Nagomi is kind of like the friend grandma, where Nagomi just kind of, she still thinks Chizuru is perfect, but she kind of listens to her. She tries to understand her. What Nagomi does is that she doesn't give Chizuru necessarily just acceptance. Nagomi starts opening her eyes with Chizuru, because Grandma Sayuri won't really judge Chizuru, whereas Nagomi could. And because Nagomi could judge Chizuru, it makes their relationship really effective, because Nagomi can start opening her eyes and not judging Chizuru in negative ways, starting to see her more than just the perfect, beautiful girl. And that in turn helps Chizuru a lot, because Nagomi is more of Nagomi is more of a grandmother of action, whereas Sayuri can't really take action. Because Grandma Nagomi can take action, she actually helps Chizuru a lot more than she realizes. She really does help her a lot. She pushes Kazuya in the right direction. She gives Kazuya the right things to do at times. Nagomi is a grandmother of action, and she is the action Chizuru needs. She pushes Chizuru to make the choices she needs to make. Whereas Grandma Sayuri just gives Kazuya the confidence that he's missing to do what he needs to. They balance each other out. Nagomi isn't purely bad. She's just lacking in the support element that she just can't provide for her grandson at the moment. And Sayuri was that for Kazuya. But if Kazuya just purely had Sayuri, he wouldn't be any different from Chizuru. The whole point of Chizuru and Kazuya's character is that they're essentially the same characters in different circumstances. That's just purely it. They're the same characters in different circumstances. So no, even if Kazuya grew up with with Sayuri and Katsuhito, he would still be quite similar to Chizuru. It would just be different circumstances. No, that's too shallow. Okay. The teaser was about Umi. Yeah, no, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, do you guys remember my theory that the teaser was secretly about Kazuya? Do you guys remember my theory that the teaser might secretly be about Kazuya? Mommy, in the past, sees Kazuya with Sumi holding hands, confronts Kazuya about it, and then calls Kazuya really popular. Umi just saw Kazuya with Ruka, and that's not addressed. It may be addressed later, but we saw it's not addressed right now. Then, suddenly, the teaser is all about Umi being way too popular. But what did I just describe earlier about Umi and Kazuya? What if Umi perceives Kazuya as popular just like him? So naturally, Umi perceives Kazuya as a guy who's too popular, just like he's too popular. So naturally, Umi thinks Kazuya will relate to this. Bro. The teaser could secretly be about Kazuya, just like the last teaser was actually hinting at the full context of what was going on in that chapter, which was that last chapter was all about Chizuru. From every facet and every corner, it was about Chizuru. This chapter might secretly be about Kazuya, of how Umi perceives Kazuya, and because we're so focused on how Kazuya perceives Umi that we never consider how Umi perceives Kazuya. And that Umi may relate to Kazuya because he thinks Kazuya is experiencing this too. Okay. When Umi tells Kazuya he usually has no problems getting a girl, that would make you say that he's too popular. Umi didn't mention Ruka at all, and Ruka also doesn't seem to be around this time. Ha ha ha, fee fermenting Chizuru 309. That's incredibly funny to me. It's so symbolic for Kazuya and not valuing himself. This is what he thinks he is worth. Okay, I've seen this 3 times now. Wait, Goku, you like just straight up copied what he said. This is verbatim what he wrote. You just copied what he said. It's so symbolic for Kazuya not valuing himself. That's what he thinks he's worth. Well, Kazuya doesn't know this. Right here, I have to show you. Here, this is verbatim what he wrote right here. This is literally his words. Wild. Anyways, it doesn't matter. It is in some ways symbolic of how Kazuya doesn't value himself, but I don't know if this is like Kazuya's own perception. I don't know if this is Kazuya's own perception, you know. So I don't fully agree with this, not completely. Like, you could say maybe this is what Kazuya thinks he's worth, but I could see it. Okay. Umi decides to let Kazuya know he was rejected in the end. He even told him that Chizuru said she might be in love. In no underhanded methods. That was honest. He originally came to see if he still had a chance, but he decided that he didn't and that it wasn't worth holding on. Pretty much the opposite of Veruca in that situation. Yep. This must be a huge confidence boost to Kazuya. It confirms that Chizuru meant what she said in the phone. On the other hand, Kazuya probably feels even more guilty now. Not only did Chizuru firmly reject Umi while Kazuya couldn't do the same with Ruka, but he also doubted her up until Umi told him he was rejected. Kazuya was doubting her the whole fucking time. And now he seems like a dick. Finally, a glimpse of Sumi warms our heart. Will she be the only one getting Kazuya a birthday gift? Giving Kazuya a birthday gift? No, Chizuru, Ruka gave him one. Did we forget that Ruka gave him a birthday gift? She did. We see in chapter 402, she gave him a birthday gift. She gave him a card case. Ruka gave him a gift. Or are we pretending like Ruka didn't give him a gift? Ruka gave him a gift. She proceeded to do something absolutely heinous right afterwards, mind you, but she gave him a gift. Umi even revealed to Kazuya that his modus operandus for women didn't work with Chizuru. I can safely put in bed Umi's future interference. Oh, no. Umi is coming back, bro. Umi is coming back, bro. A worthy man. Why is worthy highlighted? Appropriate, adequate, suitable, fitting, worthy. It's exactly these words. Kazuya says, if it means becoming a man worthy of her, then I feel like I can do absolutely anything. We're going to come back to this. We're going to come back to this fucking illusion. Because remember, what have we said about those chapters? What have we said about those fucking chapters with Minnie? Like, seriously, what did we fucking say about these stupid fucking chapters with Minnie? Right? These chapters are all just big fucking illusions. Just big fucking lies to your goddamn face. Like, everything about this chapter is just a big fucking lie to your goddamn face. Because Minnie has no fucking clue what the shit she's talking about. Look at her drinking the fucking dark Kool-Aid. Look at her drinking the fucking darkness Kool-Aid juice. Fucking literally over here like it's Kingdom Hearts, and she's literally drinking the fucking darkness. Oh yeah, that's some good fucking darkness. literally drinking the darkness Kool-Aid juice. And literally doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. Even admits it right here. I wonder why he was rejected once. She doesn't even know. She doesn't even know why he was rejected. And again, become a better man. Become a worthy man of Chizuru. And guess what? When he says this, Minnie does not like it. Because she thinks Kazuya's efforts are being wasted. And guess what? You as the readers also want to believe by this point that Kazuya's efforts are being wasted. But that's the thing. Minnie's the one who pushed him to do this. Minnie is the one who got it into his head to do all this extra bullshit. He didn't need to do any of this shit. Chizuru never asked any. Did Chizuru tell him to do any of this? No. In fact, she actively told him, there's nothing wrong with you. There's something wrong with me. She actively told him, there's nothing wrong with you. You're great. I don't doubt you. I'm the problem. And yet, Minnie gives Kazuya this impression that he needs to fucking change somehow. That he needs to become better. But Kazuya already thought this. Before this point. Far before this point. But so Minnie cheers him on, sits by the sidelines. And what does this do? This creates a parallel between Minnie and Sumi. Minnie is much like Sumi in this regard. She's lying to herself and putting her feelings to the side. The difference between Minnie and Sumi is that Sumi is a little more honest. Minnie is more willing to lie. Reiji saying Minnie represents the readers is the most subtle, elegant, funny way to call somebody an idiot. I guess. I guess. I mean, see, the thing is, Minnie is right in some regards and absolutely wrong in like a fucktillion others. And what Minnie is doing now is that she's so caught up in her perception of events that what she knows is wrong gets contradicted because she's so caught up in it. So Minnie knows she's wrong in certain aspects. Absolutely. She even admits it. But she has that like sense of deniability in her head, so she sticks to it. And people want to cheer Minnie on. They want to believe in Minnie. They don't realize Minnie is literally like copy pasting what they're fucking saying back at them. Anyways, this chapter is absolutely going to be relevant. These chapters where Kazuya has said, become a better man. Totally relevant. You know, especially considering, you know, what does Chizuru do? Kazuya's talking about being a worthy man, a better man. And you see Chizuru text what people love to perceive as a better man. When Kazuya sees Umi, he's like, he's better in every way. He has all of the traits maxed out. He's perfect. Right? So it looks like Chizuru's texting a better man when she's with, that's not fucking truth. You know? Kazuya is so caught up in illusions, and you as the readers are so caught up in illusions, you're not seeing the truth for what it is. Okay. Yes, that's exactly those words. That's why I translated it as worthy man, because it's always been about him being worthy. Yeah. And everyone is worthy. That thing is fucking stupid. Everyone is worthy. It's when you don't take things, it's when you don't value things that you start not deserving them. It's when you don't value things. That's when you start not deserving them. But everybody is worthy. So you think Kazuya realizes Minnie's words are BS and calls her out when he's seeing her? No. I don't think Kazuya is going to even notice for a little bit. I don't think Kazuya is even going to notice for a little bit. Yeah, I'm not going to say Kazuya is going to even realize for a little bit that Minnie was in the wrong. He's not even thinking about that, you know, not yet. He may start piecing it together a little bit, but that's the thing. Minnie isn't really at fault here. Not totally. Minnie is merely an enabler. Minnie just enablers. All Minnie does is enable Kazuya's people pleasing. That's it. Minnie just enables Kazuya's people pleasing. That's all Minnie does. It's not truly her fault. Not completely. Like, she's partially at fault because she's an enabler. But it's not totally her fault. Kazuya's choosing to do this. Honestly, this makes me feel like he didn't give up at all. If this is really true, then what's the point of that face, the scene where Kazuya and Ruka in the last chapter? They gave me mommy vibes with that. I don't fully see it. I know there could be like okay. What I interpret about this shot, personally, what I interpret about this shot right here is that there is still mysteries about Umi, and he's not actually done yet, and him seeing Sia is him going to come back soon. There is still some things in shadows about Umi's character. You don't fully see him, and because of this, Umi still appears a bit sinister to you. Umi still appears a bit sinister to you because you don't fully understand him. You never heard Umi's thoughts. So Umi saying Sia is him foreshadowing, I'm gonna come back, and you're gonna be scared of me and all that stuff. You know, it's meant to scare you. This is by design meant to scare you. And because you don't know what Umi's thinking, and him just, you know, just conceding like that, you're like, oh, he's gonna totally come back. He's gonna do something fucking heinous. What a terrible fucking guy, and you don't know. You don't know. This is leveraging the fear of the unknown. This is the fear of the unknown. You don't get it. You don't know. And what do you see with Kazuya in the end? He's in shadows. Kazuya is in shadows by the end. He's blind. Whereas Umi is completely illuminated, as if he figured something out. Kazuya is completely in shadows. And their positions are inverted. Umi is at, let's see, yeah. Their positions are inverted. Umi is above and in light. Kazuya is below as in shadow. Umi's background is clear and visible. Kazuya's background is just completely white. There's nothing in his background. Kazuya is in shadows. and reacting, his eyes wide open. Kazuya's eyes are wide open. His hair is black. Umi's hair is white. Umi's eyes are closed. Kazuya's eyes are open. Kazuya blushes. Umi doesn't blush. Umi's mouth is open. Kazuya's mouth is closed, and his lips are being stretched out. Umi influenced Kazuya in ways Kazuya doesn't even realize. And you don't even know what this fully means. You don't even fully know what this actually means. But they're inverted. They are reversed. Umi doesn't even break a sweat. Kazuya sweats. Something doesn't add up here. But I don't view it as sinister. I think it makes you want to think it's sinister, but I don't think it's sinister. I think it's something else. Sumi returns after 2 years, 10 months, and 28 days without appearing. Why do you have the numbers counted, dude? Why do you have the numbers counted? Yeah, even his exit is cool. Even Umi's exit is cool. Like the way he bows out, the way he acts. It's a little too cool. Oh shit! What the fuck? Shiunji Family was nominated for Anime of the Year. It's also nominated for 4 other categories. Wild. That's unexpected. Okay. Minnie's intentions are not bad, but she's only invested as a spectator. She doesn't know either of them well enough to actually be helpful. No, not quite. Minnie presents herself as the spectator. She is more than a spectator, and that makes her a little bit more dangerous for those exact reasons. Minnie is more than a spectator, and that's what makes her a little more dangerous for those reasons. She frames herself as a spectator. She frames herself as just a friend. She's more. Minnie is far more than just a spectator. There's still a little more. I'm sure there's still a little more. Repaying kindness. Sumi wishes to repay Kazuya's kindness. And yet Kazuya doesn't even know Sumi's birthday. Sumi's birthday already way past. Kazuya doesn't even know. There's still more. We didn't get the full picture. There's still more. Umi is being honest here. Kazuya isn't. And there is some shadow. There is still some mystery about Umi. There's still some things we don't know about Umi. It's crazy that we are deep diving now with Sumi without giving Chizuru an arc. Everything has been about Chizuru. Every single thing has been about Chizuru. She's not here, but everything is about her. Literally the entire chapter yesterday, last week's chapter, the whole thing is about Chizuru. Everything right now is about Chizuru and Kazuya, and what Kazuya is not seeing about Chizuru. It's all about her. Even the Ruka arc. Even the Ruka arc is fundamentally connected to Chizuru. I wonder how Sumi will contact Kazuya. She doesn't have his line. Maybe she sends a message to Minnie. She doesn't have Minnie's info. She does have Chizuru's info. She's going to text Chizuru. We already said this. We already talked about a lot of this. Yeah, she's gonna text Chizuru. Notice two things that might be important later. Umi texting someone. Umi saying he's got a drama shoot after the meeting. Could it be the same as Chizuru? No, it's not. Chizuru's stage play is not a TV drama. Fair point. I'm not familiar with acting-related lingo. Not only is it not the same thing, it's completely different because they are in completely different locations. Chizuru is in Nakano, Tokyo. Umi is in Setagaya. It is literally like decently far away from each other. Like right here I showed it. How far is it from each other? By public transport, it's almost an hour apart. Umi and Chizuru are literally almost an hour apart from each other of where they're supposed to be. Umi is in Setagaya, Chizuru is in Nakano. They are literally hours apart. Which, by the way, Chizuru being in Nakano is really important for a very simple reason. Nakano, if you translate it, means middle of. It translates to middle of, as in you're in the middle of something. And it can be read like the middle of Tokyo. That's kind of like a middle ward in Tokyo. This is important for Chizuru's character for a very simple reason. Chizuru is essentially in the middle of her feelings, and she's literally kind of trapped in these feelings. She's literally stuck between the two, where she's trapped in her emotions, but trapped between love and desire, and just like doesn't know what she can do. She's literally stuck. It's meant to highlight that Chizuru is kind of stuck. And the way you write Nakano in Umi's full name is that it means center of the sea. So it means like Chizuru is at the center of everything, right? Chizuru being in Nakano City means she is literally at the center of everything. She is in the middle. She is at the center. So that's why I'm saying like Chizuru is literally at the center of everything. You see the moon again, which represents love in this case, repaying kindness. Let's see what people in here had to say. Umi knows how to take a loss. Finally, Umi steps aside. Sumi-chan, everything became okay. Seeing her face, the last episode, her was around chapter 270, almost 3 years ago for us. I wonder if Sumi-chan knows Kazuya's contact info. 4 dates so far, twice from Kazuya as a rental, and twice from Sumi-chan via Chizuru again. Kazuya, for God's sakes, the battle has been won for several chapters. What did you expect? There is no battle. It's not a fucking fight. Love is not a goddamn fight. Jesus Christ. Honestly, I didn't expect this conversation to go like this, but a win is a win. Shout out to Umi for being a bigger person on backing off. And shout out to Kazuya for not saying a word and still taking the win. Sumi. Every time Umi appears, something great happens to Chizuru and Kazuya, and today again it happened. What a cool dude Umi is. I gotta admit, I'm surprised, but he took his rejection gracefully and rooting Kazuya on. That's gotta be all Kazuya needs to go 100% full combat and starts properly confessing to Chizuru. There are more obstacles, just him and her. Sumi, I've missed you so much. Honestly, after this, Kazuya would realize this isn't threatening you. Oh boy, there's a whole bunch of fucking issues people are just like ignoring. You're right, love isn't a fight, it's a war. It's not a war either. That's a stupid misconception. That's a stupid fucking misconception. Love is the other side of war, where a lot of war is fueled by love. But love is not war, nor is it a fight. That's just childish. Now, are you constantly fighting for love? Absolutely. In that regard, it's a reference from Love is War, the anime. I know you're referencing Kazuya. Kaguya, fuck. I know you're referencing Kaguya, but Love is maybe, I guess you could say love is a constant battle if you think about it, mostly because you're like, it's a constant choice you must keep making. So in that regard, you could technically say it's a constant battle, but that's not what love should be like, It's not what, love shouldn't be a constant conflict. Like, it shouldn't feel like that. You should fight for it. It's going to be hard, but it shouldn't feel like a constant conflict. It's not what love is. It's about sharing experiences. It shouldn't feel like a constant conflict. There will be conflicts in love, but I don't know. So Umi did tell him the truth about what Chizuru said, and that really lifted Kazuya up. It was really nice of him. He acknowledged right in front of Kazuya that he lost to him. The story was going surprisingly smooth for Kazuya, so I thought Umi would be the turning point. He still could be plotting something, but telling the truth here doesn't help him in any way if that were the case. What was the point of the last chapter's panel then? Give it a little bit. Give it a little bit. Oh, we're going to see more. Give it a little bit. Finally, some progress. Umi has legitimately just checking out the situation, confirming that he's out of the running. Maybe I did misjudge the character because I was expecting Mommy 2.0, and instead we just got some polite questions and Umi bowing out. No questions about Ruka, no blackmail, no head games, no underhanded moves. More importantly, in the course of this conversation, Kazuya goes from spun about Umi as a potential competing suitor to finally learning that we've known for weeks. Chizuru loves him, and has fully rejected Umi, and is ready to finally embrace the relationship with him. There's a whole lot of jumping the gun here, but you're not totally wrong. She said she might be in love, but let's see. But then we get to the last page. Sumi's entering the girlfriend gauntlet, and she's a birthday present. I told you she would. Really? Well, this is ages ago. That's not fair. We already knew this. I said this too. Hey, this is not fair. I said this too. I said literally the female characters are all gonna fucking come back. I literally fucking said this too. That doesn't fucking count. That doesn't fucking count. I said this too. I said this. I said the same fucking thing in those chapters. Fuck you. Edit, oh my gosh, I just realized Umi's past actions weren't him being shady, that was him flirting. He's so unused to having to try that this is how he signals interest. He's trying to tee things up for her so that she knows he's specifically interested, which he never normally does. No. Look at the shadiest thing he's done. He asked her for a date in exchange for the tweet, which seemed like kind of a quid pro quo, but if you imagine it said him suave flirty way, sure, I'll tweet you about the project for a date. No. There's a bit of fishing happening here. You don't know the full context of those scenes. We still don't know things. Look. This is a trap. This is a fucking trap. I'm familiar with Reiji's writing style. This is a fucking trap. Don't think you completely understand everything yet. Don't. There are things intentionally being hidden in plain sight in front of you. You don't understand everything yet. You don't know the full context of Umi's character. Kazuya still doesn't know what happened between Chizuru and Umi in that incident in the movie arc. You still don't. That wasn't Umi just being swapped. No. There was no. That could be one way you could interpret it. That can be one way you can interpret it, but you have to remember those scenes very carefully. Chizuru literally thought, like, I'm just here because his girlfriend can't be, and then Chizuru realizes she's essentially a fucking rebound, which is very unhealthy. And the dude leads her on. He's not just being suave, he leads her the fuck on. He gives Chizuru the impression that he's still dating that other girl. He doesn't tell her they broke up until, like, literally when Chizuru is trying to fucking leave. That's when he tells her they broke up. He does that when Chizuru is trying to fucking leave. So no, absolutely not. He totally fucking lied to her. No. Umi has done shady things in the past. Whether he himself is purely a shady character is a whole other fucking matter. You don't know the full truth about Umi's character. He absolutely has lied and done shady things. Look, when I'm saying I don't think Umi is what we think he is, I'm not saying he's some perfect fucking human being, okay? And this chapter leads you into that false sense of security, that you think Umi is this, like, great guy. There's still more you don't know. Reiji is leveraging that. There is still more you don't know. You just think you know. This chapter just leads you into thinking you know. Because I wrote this. I wrote this on my Twitter. I'm going to go there really quick. Not here. Okay. Umi doesn't know that Kazuya knows he confessed to Chizuru. He thinks that Chizuru kept all of that a secret. In that same way, the end of the chapter, Umi's introduced to Ruka holding Kazuya's arm without any context. This makes what Umi has to say really interesting and explains why he presents himself as Kazuya's friend. Because from his POV, for all Kazuya knows, Umi is a friend Chizuru just works with. He seems like a jerk to us because we have context, and that's used against us as readers. When Umi visits Chizuru's home, the title purely refers to him as her friend. And then when he confesses to her, suddenly our POV totally shifts. But we only got that information because Kazuya and Minnie chose to follow them when they shouldn't have. Our knowledge is our weakness. That is being leveraged against us. How we're perceiving these events that we should not have fucking seen is being used against us. Absolutely. Okay? So when the title of the chapter suddenly appears to be boyfriend, we naturally freak out, except this kanji can also be read as he or him. So the title can actually be the boyfriend and him, but we don't know. Our lack of knowledge of the writer's thoughts is again a weapon. We don't fucking know things, okay? Context is being used against us. The information we learned about that scene of Umi confessing to Chizuru in the background is stuff we should not have fucking known. Now, Umi does admit something to Kazuya that he was rejected, okay? But this is just something that was introduced now. We didn't know the full context of that information, and we still, in many ways, don't. You know, we just know Umi was rejected. It's literally the same thing I wrote about Chizuru's feelings. It's almost identical to what I wrote about Chizuru's feelings. I wrote something about Chizuru's feelings here where I was describing that the only real truth in the previous chapter, in chapter 408, the only real truth in that chapter is Chizuru's feelings. That's the only real truth, is Chizuru's feelings, which is mirrored by Kazuya's desires, which in of themselves are real. They are the only real thing in a sea of lies, okay? In that same way, Chizuru is like the soul arc in this chaotic madness of illusions, lies, and lack of context. This contrasts the full pen of Ruka. We can clearly understand Chizuru here. Yet Ruka is a total mystery like Umi. This is dramatic irony. The one character we understand, the others don't. What did Umi say? She's strange. I don't get her. But that's the thing. Lack of context is still present. In particular, people have forgotten who Chizuru is, much like how Chizuru has. And this is leveraged not just with her surroundings, but even her feelings. For we do not fully understand them as we think. They are just real. We just know that Chizuru's feelings are, for a fact, real. We just know for a fact that this is real. In the same way, we just know for a fact that Umi was rejected. We do not have full, complete context of his character. Okay? Sumi, she's back to heal our hearts. Sumi is the same way. Sumi is coming back. We know she's coming back. That's just a fact. We know she's coming back for Kazuya's birthday. We don't know what she's bringing. We know she's bringing a gift. We don't know what Sumi's actually going to bring. And I'm begging the question that I think Sumi might actually bring messiness that you guys are not considering. The one truth we can take here is that Chizuru's feelings are real, but they are, in of themselves, out of context. We do not know what Chizuru's feelings here, what Chizuru feels. We do not know what Chizuru is feeling here, except desire. A desire mirrored by Kazuya with Ruka. That is our context for her feelings, what this actually is. This chapter essentially tells us the hidden context here is Chizuru's feelings. That is the topic. That is why she is shown. That is why the teaser for this chapter was Chizuru-chan. It was both the context and lack thereof. But the parallel between Kazuya and Chizuru answers this. Kazuya's desires for Ruka that he suppressed are now out of control, and he can't stop thinking about them due to what Ruka did. In contrast, Chizuru's feelings that she had suppressed are out of her control because of her choice to kiss Kazuya. The parallel is desire. And what does Kazuya feel about the desire for Ruka? Guilt, self-hatred, sinful, as if there's a whole other part of him that he cannot control. And he thinks, what is wrong with my body, just as Chizuru says, what is wrong with me, or that I've become weird, attempting to get it under control, but they can't. Okay, so I already talked about this. Chizuru's feelings are the key in the question of this mystery, the context and lack thereof. They are the beginning and the end. For as much as we understand them, we also do not. Like a paradox, they are both known and unknown, and 408 uses that as its center to challenge us. It is literally the same fucking thing with Umi. For every single piece of information you have introduced, you have learned a truth. You have learned a truth, something you understand. At the same time, there is things you do not understand. You do not fully know the truth here. And that completely and totally carries over to this chapter. Because this chapter also has a theme of context. And that context is introduced to you, only for you to not fully understand everything. Johan, what if Kazuya has been projecting onto Chizuru this whole time? Since he can't bring himself to cut ties with Ruka, he wanted to believe that Chizuru hadn't done it with Umi either, because it hurts to realize that the other person has managed to move on and you're the one left behind. Not quite. Not quite. This stems more so from Kazuya's distrust of Chizuru as a byproduct of Hawaiians. It's less about Ruka, and Ruka is relevant. You're totally right. Ruka is absolutely fucking relevant to this. You're absolutely right. But I don't think it's completely about that. It's the fact that Kazuya can't trust Chizuru because he can't trust himself. So in that regard, you're correct. He is projecting onto Chizuru because he can't trust himself. So he can't trust Chizuru. So you're right in that regard. Umi, the only character who's not socially disabled in this wonderful manga. Literally, no character is socially disabled in this fucking manga. That is such a fucking unfathomably stupid statement. That's so fucking stupid. No. You're acting like people don't miscommunicate all the fucking time. You're acting like we don't misunderstand each other all the fucking time. Okay? We do. Every single human being, just by interacting with another fucking person, misunderstands them. That is a fact. Sumi shows up, you're going to say the same shit about Sumi. You're going to say the same fucking shit about Sumi. Oh, she's not socially disabled, she can communicate. You're acting like Chizuru can't fucking communicate to Kazuya when she absolutely fucking has. You're acting like Minnie at some times can communicate perfectly and others can't. Umi literally admits to not being able to communicate to Chizuru. The fuck you on about? He blatantly admits to not being able to communicate to Chizuru. Why are you guys so fucking stupid? Like, what do you mean? The only one who's not socially... He absolutely fucking is. Dude can't hold a fucking relationship. Dude can't hold a fucking relationship to save his life. What do you fucking mean? He blatantly admits he can't have a fucking relationship. It feels fucking fake to him. He can't even understand... He like, from the way Umi's presented, he's shallow as shit. What do you mean socially disabled? He's shallow as shit. Fucking whatever, man. When you said that the whole story is about Chizuru, the first thing that popped into my head was chapter 218, because in Kazuya's head, he had a desire for her, but in his mind shifted it towards her, and Umi which betrayed what he heart know. No, so that whole point of that scene is that it's about self-hatred. The entire point of chapter 218 is about self-hatred. It's Kazuya's betrayal of his body. It's his body betraying him. But you are right. He in chapter 218 is about what was happening in chapter 218 is that Kazuya's desires and fantasies that he regularly has with Chizuru in his head, his body turns against him. His body uses against him, and so Kazuya begins to hate his own desires. That's kind of what 218 is. It's about self-hatred. But yeah. The point I was trying to come back to here is that Umi is just as much a mystery as Chizuru. For every context you have been given, there is something else you do not understand. That is a fact, okay? That is just a fucking fact. You don't know Umi. You think you do. No, it doesn't add up. No. He absolutely led Chizuru the fuck on. No. He wasn't just being like no, Umi wasn't stupid. Umi wasn't stupid in that date. He knew what he was doing, but not he wasn't just being flirty. I disagree with that. He wasn't just being flirty. Umi's not stupid. No, I disagree with this take that, he took Chizuru on a date where he knew Chizuru thought he was in a relationship, and then he springs the whole, actually, we just broke up thing on her, but flipping it again, she knew he had a girlfriend, but went on a date. He didn't say it was a date. She constantly talks about his girlfriend the whole fucking time. Read the date carefully. She's actively, constantly talking about his girlfriend the whole fucking time. She's like, oh, I wish you could have been here. We could have done that with her. Like, whenever he hits on her, Chizuru's like, don't fucking say that. Your girlfriend would hate you, dude. Like, don't fucking say that shit. Your girlfriend would fucking hate you, dude. And if he assumes she's interested already, and in his experience, girls are always already interested, then it becomes a different thing. This is how him saying things are clear for a deeper relationship. No. Okay, you're missing a very fundamental detail. You're missing one very crucial piece of information. The reason Umi went on that date was insecurity. And I can prove it to you. I can absolutely fucking prove it to you. The reason Umi went on that date was insecurity. This is a misread. You are given the intentional reason for why Umi went on this date. What did Chizuru say here? About that, remember when a guy from my uni showed up at Opera City during Christmas? Oh yeah. He found out about my actress job, and then one thing led to another. Huh. Anyway, I get it. Isn't that the most important thing for crowdfunding the last day? I'll do it then. Leave the timing to you. So then, I need you to do a little something for me. He literally only does it because she mentions Kazuya. Look at his reaction. She literally only does it because he mentions Kazuya. It doesn't look like Umi was actually going to do anything before. There was nothing that was hinting that Umi was going to do anything prior. And suddenly he sees her face and how she's reacting, and then he does this. And this is why I have this theory that this whole thing happened because Umi broke up with his girlfriend and it fucking sucked. And and it was bothering him. I'm 100% sure about this. Or not 100, like 90%. I can't be 100%. That's not possible. But literally, the reason Umi does what he does is specifically because she mentions Kazuya. And she's blushing and she's reacting. Okay, bullseye. Okay, sorry, Umi, I don't buy it. Okay. Umi finally doing something positive to redeem himself after all the sly things he did is great, but after all the teasing Reiji did and how the story usually proceeds, I have a hard time believing everything ended that easily. Leaving aside the usual, Umi is really different in front of Kazuya. Him saying Kazuya together with Ruka has to have a purpose. So yeah, I really hope there's more development with him because this feels underwhelming. Not to say that I wouldn't like seeing Umi being good and proper or even helping Chizuru with Kazuya. I just want more from him in this situation. Weird chapter. After all the waiting, I need more, please, Reiji. It's like the Tigers party conversation is repeating itself. And here comes what I was afraid of under the spoilers. Some expression is Tigers party and Chizuru visit, and people still believe that Umi is leaving with these. Have no. Is it the same expression? It's not quite the same. It's a little similar. It's not quite the same. So 178. Umi smiles at Kazuya. So I think this is the expression he's referring to. Umi took a picture with Kazuya. And, he has that expression on. But yes, he is right. It is a repeat of the Tiger's Den. In fact, Reiji wants you to go back to the Tiger's Den. Kazuya, literally, I kid you fucking not. This tiger right here, the same fucking tiger in the Tiger's Den. The same fucking tiger. Look at it's the same fucking tiger. It's the same fucking tiger. It's not even subtle. It's literally the same fucking tiger. No, Reiji wants you to go back to the Tiger's Den and see how the Tiger's Den lacked a sense of resolution, while this one almost had a similar thing. Right? Umi is inspired by Coach Mitaka from Mizunikoku, and he was a really nice guy. Mitaka also did some shitty fucking things. He's not just some nice guy. Mitaka literally fucking guilted the shit out of Kyoko. What the fuck you talking about? The entire end of Mitaka's arc in that story is he's literally getting his fucking comeuppance. He guilted Kyoko he's tried to guilt Kyoko into a fucking relationship. Like the piece of shit that he is. And eventually he lets her go. He gives up. But that's the thing. Right after, as a form of comeuppance to Coach Mitaka, what ends up happening with his character is that he thinks he had a sex with a girl. He thinks he had sex with this girl who's really into him. Only to he starts dating her, he agrees to marry her, only to realize he didn't actually have sex with her. As a form of comeuppance. This is what you fucking get, asshole. You got guilted into a relationship by trying to guilt someone else into a relationship. That was literally Mitaka's comeuppance. And he chose to let it go and accept the relationship after he realizes. Because he's like, this is still a good thing. I'm just being a dick. I'm judging this person. He was literally judging the girl, even though she was a great girl and there was nothing fucking wrong with her. Kazuya pushes Umi to act in the same way Umi pushes Kazuya. I don't know about that. I feel like Chizuru is the one pushing Umi to act. Yeah, and I think this spot is really interesting. It's like Kazuya actually kind of likes him. No wonder he's so popular. This little Sha right here, Kazuya almost likes him. And then he wants him to go away because of his insecurity. The tiger in his heart. That's so funny. So yeah, so we've had 2 references to the Tiger's Den now. 2 references. We saw a character from last chapter from the Tiger's Den. And we saw another character that was from Chizuru's play. Now, yet again, we get a reference to the fucking Tiger's Den. It's like Reishi wants us to go back and read this arc. He's like, hey, go back to this fucking arc. Remember how this arc just didn't have like a full-on resolution? This arc is no different. Let's read this. Umi wants to talk to Kazuya. He smiles. He's nice. He tells Kazuya he really respects him. And then he pulls this one. I do not like you. I do not like you. You heard me right. I do not like you. Where's this coming from? I do not like you. Is this for a script? No, it's nothing like that. Well, it means they like you, I think, maybe. Right. I thought the same thing. Right, so Umi can tell, like, okay, Chizuru fucking likes him. Hey, I appreciate you coming out today. It was fun getting to talk to you. Huh? We're done? And thanks for teaching me about crowdfunding. It was really informative. I know, how about we add each other online? I feel like you and I will get along great. For sure. He's so charming, so cool. And again, Umi did the thing that Minnie does. He put Chizuru's feelings on blast in front of Kazuya. Yeah, Umi does the thing Minnie does. He put Chizuru's feelings on blast in front of Kazuya. No, it's not adding up. It's not adding up. Sorry, just one quick message. Okay, he texted someone. What does he want to talk about? He went out of his way to make time to come here. I'm alone with this absolute stud. What could he want with me? He said it had to do with Mizuhara. If that's the case, then is he here to gloat or something? Maybe he's already settled things with Mizuhara. I'll let him know you can go take a shower. What? And he's here to say final goodbyes in her place. No. We made our date for the 11th after the call. There's no way that can be true. You're gonna send your head flying. Here's your coffee. Thank you very much. Still, in person, he's really just a cool young dude. He made that retweet for me too during the crowdfunding. He's super good looking, and yet he doesn't come off like a snob. Overall, he's just seems like a nice guy. He has great frame. Damn it, could all the guys who are attractive inside and out do me a favor and just disappear? He's attractive inside and out. And yet Umi's clothes are all black. That fascinates me. When he talks to Kazuya, Umi's clothes are all black. When he talks to Chizuru, his clothes are black on the outside and white on the inside. Clothes usually convey certain things about characters. Umi and Kazuya seem inverted. Umi wears all black and he has white hair. Kazuya wears white and he has black hair. They're inverted. I know he confessed. There's no doubt that he's my rival. I won't let my guard down. How have things been between you and Chizuru-chan? Here he is, the main topic. That was fast. What do you mean? Well, like with your relationship. How exactly should I explain it to him? You see, Chizuru-chan came to play futsal with me the other day for a sponsor. We had a chance to talk for a bit then. Really? I've never even done that before. Oh, futsal, huh? We talked a little about you. Mizuhara, she talked about me. She said that you two got closer, but even after asking, she wouldn't tell me all the details. Closer, Mizuhara said that. She said that she's not dating you, so I'm left wondering in what way she got closer. Did you kiss her? Now I get it. He talked with her about this, but she wouldn't give him a clear answer, so now he's here fishing for details. He really is here as my rival. I guess. Huh, really? You two kissed. Wow, I see. This definitely counts as getting closer. I hope she doesn't get mad at me for this. It's truth after all. And see, this is what's weird. This is what's weird. This is what's fucking weird. That's all it takes for him to give up. Isn't it weird that this is all that it takes for Umi to give up? Oh, you two kissed? Great. But look at how he talks. This is where Umi gets really interesting to me. Still, you two kissed and you're not dating. That sounds very strange. I agree. But now I understand. You kissed. It's kind of hard to imagine her kissing anyone. This line is really interesting to me. I want Crumpy to translate this. I want Crumpy to translate this. This line's really interesting to me. This line fascinates me. Umi says, I can't imagine her kissing anyone. It's kind of hard to imagine her kissing anyone. Like, Chizuru doesn't have a relationship like that with people, which is really fascinating. It's the only time you see Umi ever slightly blush. It's the only time you ever... Yeah, again, this is the only time you ever see Umi slightly blush. One blush here, one blush here. That's so fascinating. It's like the blush is like telling the truth. It's like that blush on his face is almost telling the truth. You don't see Umi blush. That doesn't fucking happen. This is like one of the only times you see that happen. And he's so fucking ecstatic. Like he's screaming, holy shit, you two kissed? Oh my God. And he says, but now I understand, you kissed. It's kind of hard to imagine her kissing anyone. I think he realizes, like, the magnitude of Chizuru kissing someone. That doesn't just fucking happen. That is unfathomably, like, unfathomable for Chizuru unless she really fucking likes someone. So, I think that's why Umi realizes, like, oh, there's nothing here. That could be why Umi interprets it that way, you know, because he realizes what it means for Chizuru to kiss another person. While Kazuya focuses on that she's never kissed Umi-kun. I mean, Chizuru-chan is a very strange girl, don't you think? Most girls go out with me when I ask. After meeting up 2 to 3 times, things naturally go in a romantic direction quite often. Now that I think about it, after exchanging contact info, they usually ask me out. None of that happened with Chizuru. When I call them cute, they seem pretty taken with it. We'd go to a private bar and get drunk in no time. What is this guy on about? This girls would ask him out. They'd get romantic after going out just 2 or 3 times. I know what's going on here. Basically, he's too popular for his own good. He's like a rich person who's lost their sense of money, making him lose his grip on reality. Now, something is weird about this. He realizes the magnitude of Chizuru kissing someone. There's such a sense of self-reflection here. That's so odd. Something is weird. Something is really fucking weird here. He doesn't look down on women or despise unpopular men. He's just a guy who's had so much in life that he can't tell the that he can't tell the good from the bad anymore. What kind of world is he living in? Constantly. I don't feel like I can relate to him on even a single thing. And yet Kazuya is just like him. In that regard, Kazuya is just like him. He's experienced so much, he can't tell the good from the bad anymore. I get it now. I guess I should get going. Huh? Sorry, I have a shoot for a drama lined up after this in Setagaya. Oh. Why'd he choose to come here in the middle of that? Yeah, it's so... Why would he do all of this in the middle of that? He has like so much going on and he chose to do this? That's so weird. Is that it? Okay, I'm going off to the station. Was that seriously it? What was he waiting to hear? The kiss. It was the kiss. I still don't understand what his goal was. I can tell he's not the type to treat me like an enemy, but I have no idea. I have no doubt that he likes me so hard. None of that changes the fact that he's a serious threat. I wonder what happened with that. We never talked about it, which probably means she hasn't rejected him. If that's the case, maybe she hasn't made up her mind or anything. I'm so uneasy every time I meet Umi-kun. It feels like we live in completely different worlds. The neighborhood seems nice to live in. I could see myself moving here. Kazuya doesn't see Umi's eyes. He doesn't fully see him. It's like she's still weighing her options. To be honest, she rejected me the other day. Huh? She said that she might be in love right now and that she wants to face that person with all her heart. She's such a strange girl. From head to toe, she's perfect, like there's not a single crack to be found. She's avoided specific details, so I thought maybe I still had a chance, but after talking with you today, I think it's time I give up. I'm rooting for you, Kazuya-kun. Show me how it looks for Chizuru-chan to be in love. See ya. I think I might need some time away. I think I might need some time away to like decompress and process what the fuck I just experienced. Because I'm not piecing this together. I'm not piecing this together. Fuck me. I'm not piecing this together, dude. That's not happening right now. That's not fucking happening right now. I can't fucking piece this together. I'm sorry. I'm trying to and I can't fucking put it together. My head is like somewhere else. Shit. Yeah, unfortunate. Unfortunate. There's more here. I can feel it. There's definitely more here. I can feel it in my goddamn gut. I just can't put it together right now. I still don't trust him. So vague. By the way, did you notice Umi is wearing an earring now? Yeah, I noticed that too. Yeah. We didn't see it prior, but he's wearing an earring. Yeah, he just has that earring now. I don't think he wore earrings prior. Wow, what a stud. what a stud. He really fucking stands out, you know? The yin-yang reference. Kazuya's hair is black and his clothes are white. Umi's hair is white and his clothes are black. They are literally yin and yang. I mean, yes, yin and yang has been a theme for like a little bit. But it's weird. It's weird. Kazuya and Umi are yin and yang. He and him. The cover page is Chizuru. And she's so far away. Chizuru being so far away is so fascinating about this cover. I don't know why she's so far. Why is Chizuru so far away? It's like it's more about the scenery than her. And yet she's the center of the scenery. The image also has that like weird balance of like black and white. Cover is from Umi's viewpoint? No. It feels like it's more like Kazuya's viewpoint. I don't see how this is Umi's viewpoint. I can't fucking piece it together. Kazuya sees her as unreachable, maybe? No, that doesn't make sense because she's telling him to come over here. I think Chizuru is present. I think what's happening here is that Chizuru is intentionally being presented as a mystery. And and the reason I can't say it's purely from Umi's perspective, I think it's from both Kazuya and Umi's perspective. I think or at least this is the perspective you're being given with Umi, but I think this is meant to represent Kazuya's perspective. And I say this for a simple reason. Chizuru is far away. She's inviting you in. It feels real. And yet she's somewhat shadowed, you know? She's somewhat shadowed. And the fact that she's far away makes it feel like it's hard to like visually see her properly. It's hard to visually understand her properly. So if anything, it feels more like our own POV, not simply Kazuya's or Umi's, but our own POV built off of Kazuya and Umi. This is our perspective of Chizuru. This is our vision of Chizuru. She's so far away because we don't understand her so well, and yet, like it's clear what this image is. You know, it's clear what the image is. It's clear, like, it's Chizuru in a river, which is literally her namesake. It connects to her directly in that regard. She's further away because it's harder to fully see the picture with her properly. But she wears all white to convey a sense of innocence. Chizuru's love is very innocent and honest. The cover essentially conveys a sense of honesty to it. You're merely seeing the scenery as it is, and Chizuru happens to be there. And in turn, you're getting a better grasp of Chizuru, but she's also still further away. It's almost like a paradox, where or sorry, not a paradox. It's a double meaning. It's almost like a double meaning. On one hand, you can see Chizuru, you can understand her, you know what the scene is essentially conveying to you. On the other hand, there is still an element of a mystery that you don't fully grasp, which I think is absolutely relevant here with Chizuru's character. So I think that's the other half of this picture, is that this picture has two meanings. Chizuru is literally stands in the middle of this picture. There is a darkness above and a light below. She is, her upper half is shadowed like the shadows behind her. Her lower half is more visible while seemingly hiding things underneath. There's a sense of innocence to her cover. This innocence even alludes to Sumi. There is a overarching element of innocence fundamentally rooted in this chapter, and how you think that innocence is like disguising a something darker. Especially considering Umi is dressed in black and Kazuya is dressed in white. They seem like opposites, you know? They seem like contrasting things when they essentially possibly balance each other out. Umi may actually balance Kazuya out in some regard, and Kazuya balances Umi out in another regard. But it's hard to... Yeah, it's like one of those things I feel like I can't figure out on stream. I always have this issue. I always have this issue where there's just certain things I can't figure out on stream. And it blows. It happens sometimes. It's a fake perspective, like a movie scene. No, it's not a fake perspective. This isn't fake. This is not trying to convey something that's fake. I don't believe that. This is not how I'm interpreting this. It's just the and the image is very I'll show you what it reminds me of. It reminds me of a very particular thing. Give me a sec. I think I've almost found it. Shit. I found it. Found it. This is what it reminds me of. Look at those two images. Don't you see a fucking similarity? The clothes aren't necessarily the same, but there is a similarity, dude. There is absolutely a fucking similarity. This is the cover of the season 3 movie. Or, sorry, this is the cover of the season 3 opening. This is the cover of the season 3 opening. Rena... Fuck, how do you pronounce it? It's like Rena Miri film. Rena Miri film. That's season 3's opening. You think Umi giving up on Chizuru is a lie? I think the entire premise is a lie. I think the very premise of Umi confessing and wanting to be with her and all that stuff feels fictional. Just all of it is not adding up. None of it is adding up. Umi figured out in the movie arc she was in love with him. So, what is all of this? See what I mean? It all feels like a false narrative. Everything we're being presented feels like a false narrative. This is why I'm saying this feels like a broken hero's journey. This feels like a broken hero's journey where everything we understand is slowly being deconstructed and shattered because what we're perceiving is fundamentally not the complete picture. And these two images just line up too perfectly. And the other half of this picture, which is the back cover, is this. Look at the back cover. What are the odds? She's reaching out with her hands. Kazuya is reaching out with one hand. Chizuru is doing this as if saying thank you. In contrast, Chizuru is reaching out with both of her hands as if like fully accepting him. As if she's saying, come over here. Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? It's like she's like fully accepting him, as if she's telling him, come over here. Oh, Varicus, haven't seen you in chat in a while. What I find fascinating, Umi just told him that he tried everything Kazuya also tried on the date and it didn't work with Chizuru. Yet Kazuya never stops to think that he used the wrong approach. Yeah, I mean, I said this too. I literally said this too. I said the same fucking thing. I already said this in the earlier part of the stream. So yeah. I think I should call it here. I'll try to just condense what we have here for now. I have some time today, so I'll use the time to like condense what we wrote here, and maybe by like going through what I said here, I can start figuring out and piecing some things together. Because I feel like there's just some shit I'm not piecing together. It's driving me fucking nuts. It is driving me up the fucking wall. I feel like I'm not figuring shit out, and it's bothering me. I fucking hate when I don't know shit, man. I fucking hate when I don't know shit, man. Let me gave up question mark. Sorry, I was just changing the title for my Twitch stream. You think? I mean, yeah. I said the entire thing feels like a false premise. Chizuru looks like she's ready to accept all of him, and yet Kazuya is far away from accepting himself. That's a good, yeah. Okay, that's a good way of looking at it. You know, it feels like Ichinose is far away. You know, this is Chizuru. This is her feelings. Their feelings feel very far away. Umi's a good boy. Has always shown himself to be so. No, 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 no. Hey, Umi has good qualities. I think he's a decent dude, but he's not some perfect fucking messiah. Let's not forget what he did in the fucking movie arc. He is capable of doing shitty things, okay? Let's stop pretending that Umi can't do shitty things. He absolutely fucking can. Umi absolutely can do shitty things. He's not some messiah. He's not some just great fucking dude. He's not just some perfect good boy. No, no, no. He absolutely can do shitty things. Okay? I absolutely despise this like romanticization of characters, okay? Like, Kazuya is a good boy, and he still does shitty things, too. Kazuya is perverted as shit, but he has a heart of gold. Doesn't mean he can't do fucking shitty things. Kazuya absolutely does shitty things. Well, you see, Alex Lee wasn't the only one who left the production. I think there was more to the production. I think there was more to Alex Lee leaving the production than just scheduling issues. I think scheduling was part of it, absolutely. But it wasn't just him who left. A whole bunch of people left the production. Like it wasn't just Alex. A whole bunch of people left the production. And I think a part of it could be that Alex Lee is becoming such a big name that maybe associating him with such a controversial title might not be for the best. I don't know. Alex Lee is becoming definitely like a very big household name. He's kind of in fucking everything these days. So I think there's a possibility that maybe he doesn't want to keep acting in this. There's a possibility that he has other things going on. Alex has always been very weird when it comes to this series, in my opinion, from what I've seen. Like the way he's interacted with this series, he's always been very weird about it. You know, so I don't know, to be honest. There could have been other things that were going on. Alex Lee said last year was his worst year for voice acting, so add that into the recast. What do you mean? Why was it the worst year of his voice acting? I'm not really keeping up with Alex these days. I've kind of been like, you know, when I get frustrated with people, I've kind of just chosen to keep a bit of a distance instead of just actively engaging, because sometimes I'm just like, why bring myself to something I don't like? And I've actively said, like, I don't like how Alex talks about this series. So I haven't really been keeping up with him. I don't know what the fucking deal is with him. He like pops in occasionally on my feed because someone's talking about him or something, but I don't really know what the deal is with him. If Alex had like a rough time or something. He said he didn't land a ton of roles. He got more video game roles like Marvel Rivals than actual anime, and he had a major dip in casting. That sucks. That sucks. So maybe there was just scheduling issues. I can't watch the dub anymore because it doesn't feel the same with his voice. It doesn't feel anything now, so you won't have watched. I mean, I tried watching the dub for season 4 and I didn't like it, but I also tried watching the dub for other seasons and I didn't like it. Miranda Girlfriend to me is a story that's like very, very deeply rooted in Japanese culture. And Reiji has openly said the Japanese voice casting is perfect. So like to me, I can't unhear them from Japanese voices. And then when I hear the English voices and I hear how they change the dialogue, I just get fucking bothered. It just bugs me, dude. I do not like changes in dialogue already. I'm already very like apprehensive towards like literally I should just fucking learn Japanese, dude, because I'm already so fucking apprehensive towards like localizations and translations, and they're like, we don't change that much, and then you like see the comparisons between the scripts and you're just like, what the fuck, you did change a lot, why are you acting like you fucking didn't, you know? And I see that a lot these days, so I just don't really want to engage with the dub. I don't really fucking care for it. I don't really want to engage with it. The little bit I've heard of it, even from season 1, I did not like. I found most of the female characters, like the vocal direction they were given, they ended up sounding the fucking same. And then Kazuya just sounded weird to me. Alex Lee's performance as so this is a problem I have with Alex Lee, just personally. This is a personal problem I have with Alex Lee. When it comes to voice acting, I just hear him in every role. So he just sounds the same, and it throws me off. And while voice actresses like Sora Amamamiya, who voices Chizuru in Japanese, do sound sameish to other characters, she brings like a slight changes to the voices that I think I just don't hear in English. So I just didn't like how Alex sounded with Kazuya. He just sounded a little weird, you know. It also sounded more memey. The way they rearranged the dialogue and in the English dub sounded way more memey, and I was just like, what the fuck? Why does it sound like that? I don't know. That's just me. And Lizzie Freeman just about went ghost after Chizuru recast. She hasn't had a single voice role except maintaining the video games and the jester. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yo, what the fuck is going on? That's weird. Are you sure this is accurate? A thought comes to mind. What if Kazuya slowly begins to understand that everything he experienced was actually the truth, just as he had always believed? He didn't believe it was the truth. Kazuya believed everything he was interacting with was a fucking lie. Only to realize a lot of the things he experienced with Chizuru were fucking real, and he was literally living in fairy tale land, pretending like what he experienced wasn't real. In my opinion, anime could be better if the author didn't have his obsessive issue with the main girl. Okay. So you're a little new here. This is Kazuya and Chizuru's love story and nobody else. I don't know what you're fucking looking for here, but if you think this is anything other than Kazuya and Chizuru's love story, then you're completely wrong. If you think Reiji is like some weirdo who's obsessed with Chizuru, bro, I have a fucking story for you. You've never fucking met an artist in your life, because every artist loves their OC to death. Original character. They love their original characters to death. And unfortunately, you've absolutely misinterpreted Chizuru and Kazuya's relationship and this entire story. I feel like maybe like you've kind of just mischaracterized this narrative a little bit. I don't know where to begin, since I don't know what you feel and what you think. I've heard this sentiment a lot. I find it a little silly that people think there's an obsessive issue with this author and his female character, when like literally every fucking artist and their OC is like loves them to literal death. And Reiji has openly said his favorite character is Kazuya, the main character. He's openly said Kazuya is his favorite fucking character, so I don't know what to fucking tell you, dude. I don't know what to fucking tell you, dude. Be like Walter White, create art every day. Be like a meth dealer. Be like a drug lord. Make art every day. Fucking kill people for money, dude. You know? What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, I think we're done here. I'm gonna keep going tomorrow. I'm gonna keep going tomorrow. Go to my Twitter. I'm gonna try to write a few different things about this chapter. I'll probably have some sort of different perspective as I go into it, and have some time to like sit away and change my perspective just a little bit about the perceptions of this chapter. But for now, I think this is a good time as any to call it. I just want people to have a fucking different perspective, dude. I think people's perceptions of this story and this author and everything around it is so fucking shallow sometimes, and it drives me up the wall. Is Hawaiians the reason why he lost himself? Yes, but Hawaiians is also like a deconstruction of the characters and like who they are and what they actually have not addressed in themselves. The reason Kazuya loses himself in Hawaiians is because he didn't actually face his negative traits and his negative aspects. So when they all came crashing down, his actions literally caught up to him. He started falling the fuck apart. Or he's just cooking, appreciate the food, damn it. I mean, they're not going to. They're not going to. Literally, give it a minute. Fucking Gigok will make a video about this series, like having the worst fucking take in like God knows how long, and people will eat it up and just regurgitate the same thing he's been saying the whole fucking time. Just give it a fucking second. It's gonna happen inevitably. Maybe it won't. Maybe it won't. It'd be cool if it doesn't happen. But literally, just give it. Anybody make a video and they're big anime YouTuber, people will fucking be like, "Hey, they're totally lies. I can't believe this series." La 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 la. Okay, I'm gonna call it here. I'll come back later. Hopefully, I'll have more to say next time. Actually, wait, sorry, 1 second. Honestly, after the rejection, I was confused until I saw your stream, and that shit started to make sense, though. So I'm still here. How's everyone's day been? It's not bad. Just a little tired. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting Crumpy to translate something for me that I just really wanted to check. I guess I'll go through Twitter, see if there's anything on there that's interesting. Waiting for Crumpy. It's a little quiet, which isn't surprising. A lot of Japanese fans, like, Japan gets these chapters. Japan gets these chapters at like literally at midnight. Japan literally gets these chapters literally at fucking midnight. So there isn't many commenters at this point. Like, not many of them are really saying much at this point. I like the first opening of Rent a Girlfriend. I believe it's fire. It's my second favorite opening. It used to be my number one. It's my second favorite opening. My favorite opening is season 4's opening now. I really like season 4's opening. It's kind of a banger. I think season 1's is still like fantastic. Season 1's opening is still fantastic. I think I love the lyrics. I love the music. But season 4's opening is kind of a fucking banger. Season 4's opening is kind of a fucking banger. I really like season 4's opening. I love what it does too with the whole fairy tale theme. Like there's so many layers to the whole fucking fairy tale theme. It's so interesting. Fuck. I hate how my brain is just not working right now. I can't like fucking piece this together. I'm just waiting for what Crumpy has to say, and then I'm gonna end the fucking stream. I'm just waiting for Crumpy, dude. I'm just waiting for what he has to say, and then we're gonna end the fucking stream. I'm having him translate this. I'm fascinated about like the nuance of what Umi said. We was listening to the Mizuhara theme, and it's beautiful. Yeah, I like Mizuhara's theme too. I thought Chizuru's theme was weird. Because there's a theme for Mizuhara, and then there's a theme for Chizuru, and Chizuru's theme is weird. A lot of the female characters' themes are weird. I liked Mommy's conceptually. I liked Mommy's a lot conceptually. I just think like its utilization is a little fucking weird. It's like a weird song to use. And it's just kind of sad because the anime has so many it has so many instances where it could use like leitmotifs in its music. Leitmotif is like a sound you associate with a character. And I wish it would use more leitmotifs, but I'm not surprised they really probably can't, considering like the nature of the production. You know, they probably don't have enough time to use leitmotifs and give leitmotifs to characters and do that. But they try to. They try to use the themes and lyrics and stuff like that where they can. They do some fun remixes. But yeah, the music is just weird for the anime in general. Like some songs fucking hit, other songs I'm just like, bro, what the fuck is this choice? Bro, what the fuck is this choice? Okay. So for this scene, Umi says, but yeah, I see a kiss. Somehow I just can't picture Chizuru-chan doing that. Yeah, Chizuru doesn't feel like the type to like fucking kiss someone. So it just feels crazy. Again, it's that element of perfection. It's that element and perception of perfection. Doesn't feel like Chizuru would do that with anybody. She's like an indomitable goddess. She doesn't just, you know, kiss anybody. That doesn't really happen. That's why I think the title of her play being First Venus is so fascinating. Because Chizuru's play is called First Venus, like it's her first time being a Venus in the picture or something, like the first time being in love. That could be what it alludes to. First Venus, the beginning of love, like the very, very beginning of her love, the first time she's experiencing love, you know? First love goddess, you know, first time experiencing love, if you will. Yeah. Okay. Should thank him. TY. Okay, so tomorrow I got a doctor's visit in the morning. After the doctor's visit, I could probably stream. I might stream at like 11 or 12 tomorrow. Just look out for my Twitter. I'm gonna see if I'm gonna write something. I'm gonna see if I'm gonna upload something on here. I need a little time to like dissect and explore this chapter. Mommy really a number on Chizuru. Mommy really did a number on Chizuru? Is that what you mean? I mean, yeah. Yeah, Mommy did absolutely do a number on Chizuru. She also absolutely did a number on Kazuya. She fucked them up. Mommy really fucking hurt them, you know? What's today's? 20th. Oh, it's almost Bonri's birthday. Interesting. Bonri's birthday is on the 21st. I guess it's the 21st in Japan right now. So it's Bonri's birthday. Let's see. Resident Evil Code Veronica remake reportedly planned for announcement later this year. Shit, okay. I kind of hope they announce like a Wesker trilogy. That'd be sick as fuck. I kind of hope they announce a Wesker trilogy. That'd be kind of bonkers. I would loving it. Okay. So I'm gonna call it here. I think it's as good a time as any to stop. I need some time away just to dissect and think and process what I just experienced. Thank you guys for watching. See you guys later. Look out for Twitter or for YouTube. I may upload. We'll see. Have a good day. Bye-bye.